live.
We're live? Excellent.
Yeah.
Welcome everyone to Lore Lines. I'm ShadowMeowth and I'm joined today by Selenity. We're Cecilia had a familiar urgency, so maybe she will join later. Maybe not. We're waiting for that. She will be welcome if she joins, of course. But for the time being, it's just me and Cel. Cel, how you are doing?
I'm doing very well. I got a week off work, so I am enjoying it greatly.
Oh, that's good. The past week was a rough one. I understand with the night shift.
Yeah.
Right? Mm.
Yeah, I had a lot of work to do the last week, so I'm glad to finally get some chance to relax. I might actually break out a video game of my own. Who knows?
Excellent. Okay, we left this right before entering academia for 400 AFX.
Yes.
I'm not going to call it 4XX. Oh,
Sass!
Sass! How are you doing? I just announced that you had an urgency.
It is what it is. We don't know much yet, so we'll see if I have to pop out again. But
Okay, no worries. You do whatever you need. You know, we're most happy to have you because I was saying we were going to go into academia for XXAF,
which is better AF.
Yeah. It's the better academia.
Yes, less rain, more getting lost.
So I have something. I've been farming, grinding and stuff.
Is that you?
Yes, it's
I'll
you.
let you go.
So
It's too late.
yeah. So we got the recap, and I going to be at the
there he
Arctic
is.
step because I've been farming, basically. We're basically at this.
You're gonna eat Bahamut for breakfast. No, you're not.
I don't know. I'm scared, anyways. I've been farming, and I've been farming the monsters as well.
Oh my god.
I haven't. I mean, I maxed the gremlin and the behemoth, and I was still working on farming the XIII, which in later levels is really, really. It really surprised me how good it's getting. So so yeah.
Yeah,
Worth
you
the
can
effort.
you can get far with the XIII.
Mm.
Absolutely.
And,
Gremlin is an inspired choice, but
I mean, it's got nice magic. I'm not complaining. It's still higher than Sarah. And then there's the behemoth,
that's just the superior commando.
Hmm.
It just is.
So I was farming in the Arctic steppe. I got a few fragments, and I got a really special one.
Have we got the prophecy?
Yeah. But all of these are interesting. Do you want to read, Sal?
Yeah, sure. Tablet of Memory. Valhalla is a world that is connected to every age, every timeline. When the Cirrus of the Farseers gazes into the future, Valhalla is at the heart of the vision. The Cirrus also has the power to send her inner voice through Valhalla, and then to the time and place of her choosing. However, only those with great chaos in their hearts are able to hear the words of the Cirrus. Tablet of Memory. In the heart of Valhalla stands Etro's temple. The throne that sits within, the throne of the goddess, is always empty. No one can say how long the goddess's temple has stood in this place. In a world where time does not exist, such a question has little meaning. Some speculate, however, that the goddess built the temple with her own hands as a prison for some long-forgotten enemy.
Okay.
The Seeress of the Farseers knows the exact moment she will die. However, she is forbidden to change a timeline in order to save herself. The Seeress has no choice but to accept her preordained end. This is the law of the Farseers. Each change of the timeline creates new victims, spawns new tragedies, and not even the Seeress can tell how great those losses shall be. Valhalla, where the temple of the goddess stands, floats on a vast ocean of chaos into which all things must flow. There is no beginning or end to chaos. Those that fall into its waters are condemned to float for eternity in the rift between life and death. The ocean of chaos has drowned the pedestal of time. There, on that holy of holies, did the goddess XIII first step into the unseen realm. But as her power waned, the sacred spot where her foot touched soil sank beneath the sullen waves.
And the last one?
The Seeress of the Farseers is left. Yeah, this one. The Seeress of the Farseers left us many prophecies, but amongst them, the most enigmatic must surely be this. When Valhalla consumes the sky, a new star flashes like lightning, and in the heavens twinkles distant hope. What does it mean when Valhalla consumes the sky? What is the new star that flashes in the sky? Does this prophecy foretell a future of salvation or destruction? No one can say.
I'm really
It's the end of Lightning Returns!
Oh boy, do
Yeah.
I wonder if we're getting a game after 13-2.
Yes. Yeah. If anyone doubted that Lightning Returns and 13-2 were developed at the same time, with the same, or at least intended at the same time, this here is the proof. That is literally the ending of Lightning Returns.
Basically, I'm so happy to have gotten this fragment.
Yeah, of all the fragments, when I first read that one, when I was reviewing all the game stuff, that's the one where I instantly read it and went, the actual fuck.
Yeah. Okay. So after, I wanted to read all of these because they were interesting on its own, but most people come to when you start lore diving and and you use certain data from fragments and stuff, and people come to you saying, where did you read this, or you're inventing this, and I'm like, no.
Not even in the novels, it's in the game.
Yeah.
But sometimes, to be frank, it's like, you know the answer to someone's question, and they're like, where did you find that? And I'm like, I have no idea. It lives rent-free. Source, Cecilia, unreliable.
Not my case. I remember stamping naysayers under my foot with receipts. I mean,
There are a few.
anyone who has known me for a long time is aware of how often did I have to deal with naysayers. And I didn't want to deal with naysayers. I was just in my corners writing meta.
That was apparently the greatest crime of all. And that's so surprising in a fandom full of ship wars. Like, the most offensive thing was apparently to pull out a well-researched meta with receipts. That's that's the guillotine sentence.
Yeah.
People don't care when you say shit and you can't back it up because they can argue against it. The moment you start backing it up, then they get angry because then you're like telling them that they're wrong. It's not a matter of opinion, then it's a matter of fact.
When I was in history of art, not many people know this, but before I entered fine arts, I did a year of history of art in the university, and I had a great introduction to history of art teacher. I got a 10 in that subject. I was really fond of her professor, and I recall her saying one of the first classes, mentioning how they have had older, like 50 to 60 to 70 students in their classes, and they were the ones who took the more personal, if you try to change their or explain something that they have believed another thing for their entire lives, because we feel safe naturally we tend to feel safe in grounds that we believe is true. So when people normally other people comes and tries to explain to you that you're wrong, their reactions tends to be violent, because the person that's coming to you with new information is shaking your foundations, and it's shaking your sphere of comfort, basically. And
Yeah.
Strange that, I mean, art itself is about challenging what we know. Like that's why people are drawn to art, because art can explore the unknown in a way. But that's deeper and more meta than. But really, art is an exploration of the unknown that we can't find in in reality. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that music too is a form of art, of course.
Yeah, I consider it an art form. Art. I mean, theater, movies, art.
I have a lot of respect for music and musicians in particular, because one thing is.
Thank you.
My father was a musician too, so there's that, and a composer. So I never for my life I've never been able to compose a damn thing, and there's this thing that I can draw things. I can come up with scenes, with portraits, with whatever, but sound is and a musical composition, that's even more abstract than fine arts. That's why I basically consider anyone able to compose or anything that they're geniuses. They're on a whole different level of sensitivity.
Thank.
I mean, I love music. I'm basically I dabble in music, so that's why I have a certain background, but I would never consider myself a musician.
I don't know, man. I am.
You are a musician.
Music.
You are a musician.
I am. Yeah, absolutely. But like, I can't even. I mean, I have my ears. Like, I can be annoyed by a bus bell being out of tune. Everything is music when you have these stupid ears. It's like the eyes of Etro. It's like, oh, thanks, great gift.
the ears of Etro.
It's the fucking ears of Etro. Sure, I can make arrangements and like hear a song one time and play it, but fucking hell, the world is noisy and yeah. Anyway, that is so off topic.
Anyways, starting rant without having even gotten into the game.
But I will forever, like my perfect pitch is totally the ears of Etro. gift. Shortens my lifespan for sure. Every time I have to hear like a car alarm go off, and I'm like, that's not
Oh
an
God,
E flat. That's not an E flat, but it's almost an E flat, but not quite an E flat. Like, you know. Ugh.
I had to show you at some point one video about musical failures.
I think I've seen a lot of them. They are painful, but also kind of relatable because shit happens.
Academia.
Welcome to Hope Simp City.
We did it. We actually did it.
Maybe I should
must be happy.
get the volume a bit up.
This is what you learned to see, wasn't it?
Not quite, Noel. You're not quite there yet.
Hey!
Oh, there's a boy.
And the bitch.
The boy and the bitch.
Is that a polite way to greet old friends? I mean, we haven't seen each other in what? How many years?
The wizard and the witch.
390 years. I guess you guys have been busy, huh?
She's still pretending to be nice here. I'm surprised she's deigning to touch them with how much she hates them, but hey.
Alyssa?
Later.
And this is a place where we could have had Hope's theme woven into the soundtrack, but we don't.
There's a trace. I was playing the other day,
We find the academy
and I think Academia's theme has a note of Noel's theme.
What about that one?
Give me a second. Oops.
Science?
After all said and done.
What does the science say?
What did you do here anyway?
I sort of have an idea of what happened, but I can't really explain it.
It's not on the science list, so it's not something my ears immediately picked up. But that's when I went through the list. I went through like soundtracks that immediately made my brain say, "Bzz, that's Noel's theme. Bzz, that's Sarah's." It's quite a long list. After a while, I stopped writing down the soundtracks that were unique to my ears, but we'll check Spotify while you run around.
There's no place like academia.
It has a very distinctive violin though.
Yeah, we have to run around and listen to all of the NPCs because you learn lots of information, like the fact that this is like 500 floors in the air or something, and that everyone simps Hope.
500th floor.
Yeah. So Hope, not content with just building himself a planet, decided to build himself a 500-floor high city.
Every free moment visiting the academy building. I'm worried. I hope she hasn't gotten herself involved in anything harmful. The people of the olden days may not have realized it, but to some extent, I think they had a lot of faith in the fal'Cie.
Somewhere.
It's a very stressful thing, knowing you're responsible for your own welfare. It must have been easy back then when you could just blame the fal'Cie or the Academy for anything and everything that went wrong.
What are you talking about? You still can. Fuck Etro, it's all her fault.
Hello?
This part of the violin.
I am actually listening on Spotify to get a clean. There are hints of New Bodom.
Makes sense.
But then at what point does it become just a theme that runs through the soundtrack instead of a callback to a particular theme?
Like, this is
Cocoon
more like
supposed to fall out of the
a
sky someday,
soundscape.
but it's going to be long after we're all 6 feet under. The Academy is planning to relocate everyone, but that's going to take another 100 years or so. That's what my professor said. A bunch of scientists and researchers are investigating the 13th arc.
Wait,
We're looking
whoa.
for methods to defy gravity. I'm not afraid to ask questions.
Yeah, I had
because the professors
something.
explain
I
things
had
so well.
something.
That's one of the things I like about the Academy. Cocoon
This
is
at this
supposed to
point.
fall out of the sky someday.
They're being quite open about what the Academy plans are.
I assume that they are not exactly hiding it.
No. I suppose you can't exactly hide the fact that in 100 years they're going to go, right, everybody, move to the giant planet in the sky.
Oh, March of the Dreadnoughts! There's a bit of hope indeed.
The latest technology is useless if you don't get it. I'm hungry.
I mean, March of the Dreadnoughts is not exactly Hope's theme.
How can you resist?
It's hope related.
Yeah. Oh,
It matches Academia because it belongs to all
I
of
work at
Hope's
the nearby
loyal
boutique.
subjects.
I have so much fun choosing outfits for each customer that walks through the door. You can buy everything online, but sometimes it's just so hard to tell if something will flatter your figure unless you try it on. That's why clothing stores will never go out of style.
Mood.
The residents here like to wear sensible clothes. Unlike fashionistas, the people here wear
There's,
smart, comfortable
there's a
clothing.
different soundtrack that this is.
Now
Good.
some Academy person
Fuck.
woke up after sleeping 400 years? I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but for some reason, old styles are in again.
Nice, convenient way to explain why they're not updating the character models, but hey.
I'm bored already with the clothes Mommy bought for me. Here goes.
Links into the everyone's a Hope simp
speaking of
narrative
Hope
as well.
Sims- Speaking of Hope Sims, this lady here. This lady here, I think it's the biggest one. I think.
Whoa.
Do you
Oh.
know Hope S-Time of the Academy? He used to be the director. I just caught a glimpse of him. That was the highlight of my day.
I heard something.
Mr. S-Time keeps the Academy running.
I
That
heard
kind
something.
of dedication and leadership is just amazing,
I
don't you think?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying that because he's good looking.
Fuck.
Mr. S-Time traveled through time to save the future of mankind. To save us all.
Okay,
How
so
could
there
anyone
is
not be attracted to
traces
that?
of
He is
Noel's
good-looking, too.
melody
I suppose
in
that
there. There are
helps.
some intervals, but I think that's because
My
we want
husband
to
is worried
recognize
because I
the
carry
soundtrack
around a
in some
picture
way.
of Mr. S-Time
Um,
with me. I bet he's
There are
jealous.
some strings. It's Lightning Returns soundtrack in here.
We have special dishes and prices for the
Interesting.
ladies.
Seriously.
Bored already with the clothes Mommy bought for me.
But yeah, there's definitely a bit of Noel's theme,
Here goes.
but we are getting a foreshadowing of the soundtracks in Lightning Returns. What the fuck is up with that?
I think that this gate goes to the Vile Peaks and the Blitz Squadron. I remember how Noel said that all gates are connected with stuff related to them. I'm kind of amused. This is the gate that connects with the Vile Peaks 10AF with the squadron that served under Lightning. Ha! 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 That's a cool car.
Yeah, there is definitely traces of Noel's, like the foundations of Noel's theme. But then again, Noel's theme is also the foundation of the battle theme. It's like the foundation a lot. Noel's theme is in Full Speed Ahead, Noel's theme, Lost Hunter, Final Journey, Endless Paradox. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's everywhere. But okay, apparently a little bit in academia too, for some ungodly reason.
I hear academia is the place to be if you love big cities. You can do everything through a touchscreen panel. It's almost like magic, isn't it? I'm magical too. I can open a shop anywhere. I can even prove it. See?
Never change Chocolina.
Best verb.
Thank you and thank you.
Welcome to the Academy DataNet. The following data files are available.
Want to read, Cell?
Academy DataNet file. The 13th Ark is an ancient Grand Pulse military facility capable of sustained self-levitation. The floating fortress is currently deserted, and a number of Academy research teams have been sent inside to investigate. Scientists are primarily interested in the mechanism that allows the Ark to remain afloat without a constant supply of power from the foul sea. The purpose of the facility remains unclear. Some theories posit that the Ark was in operation during the war between Pulse and Cocoon.
So the 13th...
Kill Bill Sirens! Kill Bill Sirens!
The thing is, the 13th Ark was originally meant to be in game and as an explorable place. We only have a certain concept art files about the Ark. The 13th Ark, I mean. And most thing, it's shaped like a cross, like a equal length, a Greek cross, which is a summon for Alexander. The shape, I have the recepts with the shape of the 13th Ark and Alexander's Summonadon, and the center had a phoenix. Certain platform had a phoenix drawn in there, which is the bird associated with hope. So
Hope never had a chance. Like in these games, he
Yeah, the 13th Ark was one of those things that we all knew was cut from the first game. It's one of the things they were quite open that they had to cut.
It was never mentioned in the histories. Not in the future I came from. We might be getting close to the true timeline.
I hope so.
it's kind of
I wonder why we couldn't see it when we were here before.
Maybe the Proto-Fal'Cie was hiding it from us.
But why?
People have always looked to the sky for signs of hope.
thank you Noel, for being fucking subtle.
I'm so glad this trilogy is subtle.
Where should I go now?
I'm so glad we can actually laugh about the spoilers now.
In the heavens twinkles distant hope, and the sign he's associated with is a star. Well, if you spell subtlety like this.
Below there we have one person in academia with bad taste.
This guy.
Yeah. I suppose someone's got a simp for the murderers.
Do you know a girl named Alyssa? She works at the academy. I wish I could summon up the courage to talk to her. Apparently, Alyssa was sleeping in a time capsule for a few hundred years. She just woke up recently.
My god, dude.
Kind of like sleeping. I want to go inside and get to know her.
You're on her
just
kill
keep
list too.
chickening out.
She hasn't forgotten about you.
If I do get a chance to talk to her, what should I say? She's from a different time. I don't want to scare her off.
I'm not sure. I mean, Alyssa may be many things, but I'm not sure she would be scared by you.
She wouldn't acknowledge his existence.
No.
He fulfills no purpose for her.
Nope. Although she might appreciate the fact that he thinks that she deserves to exist.
And we come to one of the landmarks I use the most in Line Returns, which is this.
Oh, that looks certainly familiar, doesn't it?
Does that store really have?
And I just realised there's an entire tower above there that goes above 500 floors.
And also this is the miniature for this series. Not Sarah Sass, I mean I'm sorry. I mean the ceiling of the main hall.
All good here.
You didn't make it better.
Welcome to the Academy head office. You would be Sarah and Noel, yes? We've heard all about you. If you wish to meet with Hope, I've been instructed to let you in without an appointment.
Without an appointment. See, that thing I wrote was actually on point. To some degree. No, I wanted to throw Mo. Fuck. Give me the box.
Eat the Muggle!
That's all everyone comes to see.
Oh my god. I don't recall that.
Yeah, if you eat the Muggle, all of the NPCs come to have a look. They're like,
That's funny.
oh my god, a Muggle!
Hope gave Chocolina like a full proper selling stand here.
Of course he did, she's the best verb. What's he gonna do? Leave Saz's future wife out in the cold?
I remember having not realized how fucking green HQ is. Which is the color of, well, you know.
The Genesis?
Huh?
It looks very much like the green of Cosmogenesis.
No, I mean that it's a color associated with hope.
It is, but it's also very much the green of Cosmogenesis.
Cosmogenesis is more blue-greenish. Like his eyes.
Fucking glaze, though.
What we create here is hope and inspiration for mankind.
Yeah, very subtle.
What we create.
Okay, you're going to be stuck with that.
Take a shot. Everyone says something about hope.
In this game, you die.
Bring tequila. Let's see how long we last.
I mean, it could be worse. It could be take a shot in Lightning Returns every time you hear the words hope or light.
In Lightning Returns, there's not that much. And
There's
when
enough.
Shot every time hope reminds you what time it is. When you hear that did it,
and you're like, I know hope.
like you are often very, very much aware.
I get it. When the director opened his eyes, I was overcome with so much emotion. I mean, a legendary man who lived 400 years ago.
Yeah, he's already
was
more
right
of a
there.
legend than a human. He's an
Everyone knows
icon.
who S-Time is because we learn about him in school. Working
And
with
people
him is
dare
like
to
a
say
dream come true.
that Hope is not a main character in this. Fuck.
It was all thanks to the director's work that people had hope. Something to live for. He represents the hopes and
This
dreams
game
of many.
isn't even subtle.
Academia was built on the foundation.
He
of
is the verb and not the
beliefs and
noun.
ideals. Everything in the past was meant to lead up to this day.
He's a verb and a noun, but he sure isn't a person.
Poor thing. I mean, I read these dialogues and I kind of shake my head and I feel sorry. I really feel sorry for her.
Yeah, Hope. I mean, Alyssa, even if Alyssa is Alyssa, she's probably the only one treating him even remotely like a person anymore. So
Alyssa sees him as a person, but so here's
the most
thing.
terrible, terrible, most impossible to understand, most infuriating person ever, but also the only person who understands ish.
It's an interesting contrast between this crucial not dehumanization point that in this case both Lightning and Alyssa have. One on the good side, another on the bad side.
Yeah. No, but let's be real, without Alyssa he would have been like the arc lonely already.
Then Alyssa disappears and well, there's that. It's enough that...
Oh, right. Wait! Does... Wait. This is a 27-24. Honestly. When Alyssa's... The timeline is corrected, Alyssa stops existing. Did he do these time jumps alone?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he... Okay. Okay, Hope is fucked in whatever timeline he's in. Yeah.
So Alyssa, to be fair with Hope, it's established that people that have had an impact on you in some manner, or you were close to, or you bonded with, or you... If the timeline corrects, there's still people that's going to retain memories. Maybe...
Yeah, you can sometimes steal their research.
And Hope vaguely in the end of the chapter in the novel, Hope vaguely remembers...
Steals her research.
Kind of. It's like he can... It's kind of... It's like there's a scene in that chapter, the final scene, that's in the graveyard at the Brescia ruins, that Hope comes to visit before going. That's in 500, yeah. Before going to the final battle, and Hope visits the graveyard at Brescia ruins, and he's like, I don't know why exactly I'm here, but I feel like I should be remembering something. He dismisses it.
He forgot to add his sources to his paper, and it's been bothering him ever since.
Fair enough.
This mathematical equation, it just sort of
how the
into my head.
How the fuck did I came up with that? Was I one night too high and suddenly, geniuses? They got their best ideas when they're...
Yeah, I mean, Alyssa is a bitch, but I do not enjoy, someone's work being just...
I consider it a way...
No, I don't like it.
I consider it way like karma, that her legacy is inherited by the person she wouldn't like to get anything from her.
Yeah, but someone's hard work and her intellect. She was smart. It was her intellect that got them there. I mean, Hope would have probably maybe figured it, but she was important in this research that got them here, and then it's just erased, and it's like, yeah, Hope kind of just got it.
So there's like a lot of ways that you can interpret the way that the timeline went with and without Alyssa. So we know that Alyssa was actively working to kind of not necessarily sabotage, but to try and push things into a direction where her existence would continue. So she didn't need to sabotage the work. Yeah, at first she didn't need to sabotage the work. She needed to keep going to make sure that her future was safe. And then when her future was jeopardized, she wanted to sabotage. So she was obviously a part of creating the work. Now, when she started to sabotage things, that would have delayed stuff. So without her sabotaging, would they have then carried on at the same progress without her help or her sabotaging? So it's like, would it all have ended up at the exact same sort of timeline and the exact same amount of work that Hope put in regardless? Because instead of just like having her help and then working against her sabotaging, he's just been able to carry on regardless. In the same way that with the fal'Cie, Adam would have obviously shortcut through certain aspects of creating the new cocoon. So but they would have put research into creating fal'Cie Adam. So without creating fal'Cie Adam, would they have still had to do the same amount of work? Because they would have then had to create new ways of keeping cocoons self-sustaining. So it becomes like a whole time circle thing.
It's time traveling.
Yeah,
time fuckery.
Inevitable. It becomes like all inevitably.
And it's all related. All of this is related. Worth mentioning for the 22-27 dilemma. All of this.
Yeah.
Because
it's like, is it all
relies
inevitable in the end?
It basically relies on Alyssa's existence.
Yeah.
And the game being broken.
Yeah.
The world.
Changes
To
are
be
made.
fair, the world is broken as well. So.
Yeah, whatever changes are made, we still end up at the point where Cocoon launches in the year 500, regardless of Alyssa's existence or not, regardless of her sabotage or not.
You could apply it's a time travel trope. I mean, time is like a river. It will always try to find the sea, even if there are new obstacles. It will navigate. It will try to find its end destination. Either way, and even if you try to shade things.
That's why Hope is fucked.
He's fucked.
Yeah,
always.
And we already know that there's a prophecy
time is like
at
a
this
river,
point.
and the sea is Lightning Returns.
Yeah, we already know there's a prophecy at this point that Hope is going to be helping Light steal the new planet from Benevelza. So, no matter what, he is going to be launching that planet and end up on that arc and end up in Benevelza's clutches.
He's so fucked. Poor boy.
Yeah. But at least you are now in a world of people that appreciate you, Hope.
Unless Meowth gets her hands on you.
That's how they got here. Back in 13AF, Hope devised a plan to build an
So
artificial
here's
It's called the
27.
Proto-fal'Cie project.
Here.
Yeah.
He wanted to use the new technology to re-levitate Cocoon. But then one day, Hope saw a certain prophecy in the Oracle Drive.
So I activated the Oracle Drive and watched the prophecy. I saw you fighting the Proto-fal'Cie, and I saw you screaming out at me. Your machines are driving me
Makes
nuts.
no sense.
Well, I was getting pretty ticked off by that point.
Well, exactly. So we were forced to reevaluate the project, and eventually...
Why would it end up in the Oracle Drive?
Okay, you saw Sarah getting mad at you, so you canceled your project, and then poof, the Proto-fal'Cie disappeared. Is that about right? We didn't destroy it so much as it never existed in the first place.
Headache.
We were following the wrong path to the future. If the Proto-fal'Cie had managed to get control of Cocoon, it would have made itself the second Eden, and we'd be back where we began.
Yeah. It would have been just like how it was on the old Cocoon.
We realized we couldn't let that happen. We had to levitate Cocoon using
Alyssa,
only
it
human
was your
technology.
plan, and it was your
Not to
intention to
mention that
sabotage
if you kept
Hope.
with the original plan, your machines would have killed you. Really? Then we owe you our lives. Thank you.
Funny, you lose your temper and the whole future changes.
She has the gall to laugh.
Whereas she actually wants to stab Sarah and Noel in the face for ruining her plan.
Then again, her dying herself was not her plan.
Yeah, no, she did kind of mess up her calculations
Alice and I
there.
decided to come to the future to observe the 13th arc, a structure that appears in the sky of this time period.
Gaitook was calculated, but man.
Yes. In the end, we abandoned the idea of restoring the old cocoon. Instead, we plan to build an entirely new shell. Of course, there's still the problem of how to keep such a creation airborne.
A whole new cocoon. That's an ambitious plan.
Sure is. And that's why you're here, to find out what keeps the Ark afloat.
Exactly. When we learned of the Ark's appearance through the Oracle Drive, we had to come and see it for ourselves.
Oracle Drive shouldn't work like that.
There are so many important things I need to talk to you two about. So many, in fact, I'm not really sure where to start.
The Oracle Drive, it shouldn't work like that, right?
I know what I'm going to choose, but we can discuss the options.
I mean, as the resident lightning simp, I want to know about lightning.
Lightning.
I want.
I mean, I'm sure how.
There's two reasons for me to wanting to get that dialogue, and one is for lore reasons, and the other one is for in-game reasons. So let's go. So, did you find anything about light?
So, have you learned anything else about lightning since then?
Actually, I had this dream. While I was asleep inside the capsule, I could hear lightning talking.
I hope we don't need to know about your lightning dreams.
I'm sure it was your sister's voice. She told me I'd made the right choice, that I was on the right path.
Lightning. She's still looking out for us, isn't she?
Huh. So Lightning knows what will happen in the future. I don't need her to hold our hands or anything, but is it too much to ask for a little sisterly advice?
If she gives too much information to you, it could change the path of history. You could think of her silence as a sign that everything is going as planned.
Really?
That's just the way lightning operates.
Well, fine. I'm going to assume that Hope at some point fried Alyssa's brain going on and on about lightning.
I think Lightning is preparing for a battle. And she doesn't
Well,
know
he
what
did
the
start
outcome
out his
will be.
academy journey with a PhD in lightning.
She'll need people at her side that she can rely on.
So that's exactly one of the reasons I wanted to get that conversation. I'm going to talk to Hope later again, but the in-game reason is that's the answer that gets you this.
Oh, I see.
Which is Hope's Eidolith. And of course I want that.
Hope is the true lightning simp. I can barely compare.
I think I'm going to give it to Hector because he's a medic.
Obviously,
So
it belongs to
cute.
the white mage.
Very subtle, the description of that thing.
Take a shot. Honestly, you can die by just
I swear you
limiting the criteria to a sentence that says both light and hope. Take a shot, and you'll still die.
There's no way I can repay you for
I think that deserves a chug.
traveling to this time period was no easy task.
Yeah, but you were that dialogue I got with Noel when Alyssa talks about the time capsule. It's like, so you started building the time capsule even before you know shit about the pillar falling or anything else. So I think you says commented on that, like, how was it?
Yeah. I was like, Hope going to the academy, like, we need to build a time capsule. And they're like, why? And he's like, because foresight, magic, science, because science. We need a time capsule for science.
I mean, outside jokes, I think it's difficult to say what truly scares Hope, because I swear that Hope has nerves of steel. But if there's one thing that I would understand that it would scare him, the way he verbalizes things in 10AF when meeting Sarah No, I would think it's time, because everyone's disappeared, everyone's likely traveling through time in centuries and centuries on, and he's the only one that's left, and he's going.
I would even say that being left behind in any capacity at all, like knowing that Sarah and Newell are flying around in the future, and Lightning is doing whatever it is in Valhalla, and Snow is doing whatever it is wherever he is. Like, he could have just set the project in motion and hoped for the best. Shot, but he couldn't. He needs to be there. He needs to be there along for the whole ride. He doesn't want to be left behind. He doesn't want to. He's not gonna go and die.
In the novel, he's surprised though that Alyssa wanted to go with him. Of course, Alyssa wanted to go with him into the capsule because she wanted to make sure that Hope wouldn't disrupt her plan of survival. But he doesn't know. He doesn't know that, or maybe he doesn't know that. Let's leave it at that. Alyssa was good hiding behind the facade. Merit where it's due. So there's that, and Alyssa went into the time.
I mean, it all goes.
Huh?
Carry on. Sorry.
So yeah. It's understandable. I mean, Hope was surprised, if I recall the chapter correctly, that Alyssa wanted to make the journey with him.
Yes.
He had intended to go
it makes sense because everyone else abandoned him and left him behind, as far as he's aware, or as far as he's concerned, when they kind of left him to his own devices after Cocoon, when they were like trying to give him a chance to not get involved in the reconstruction of society and like be a child again. To him, he was left behind. It doesn't matter what their intentions were, how good intention they were or not. They left him behind. Lightning had disappeared on him. Snow and Sarah had gone off to build New Bodom. Saz had gone off to like raise Daj and help with like all the transportation of things for the reconstruction of society. The only person who didn't actually leave him behind, ironically, was his dad, who had left him behind pretty much through his childhood on Cocoon whilst he was doing his work in Hope's eyes. But everyone else left him behind, and so yeah, it's not surprising that as far as he's concerned, he's been left behind again, and he doesn't want that to happen, because this whole realm of studying was a way to try and join them on that path again.
Try to keep up, even though he was gate kept.
And there's
gate ban.
I mean, we'll talk paradox endings when next episode, because it will be the end of the game. But in paradox ending, the future is hope, the one with
the nice one.
The one that it was going to lead to a spin-off. Fuck you, Squeenix.
Yes.
It was such a good spin-off.
The only reason why Noel and Hope has any foundation as a ship.
That one I could have
bodyguard.
sort of
I can see it. The bodyguard to lovers, 300k slow burn. It's. I can see the foundations.
I mean, for yaoi fans, sure, go ahead, I guess.
They went ahead. They sure did.
So the thing is, I was going to say, you know that the scene when Snow is out, when they're outside Academia HQ and Snow is with the Shiva motorcycle, and Snow is explaining basically. Noel asks him, "Where's Lightning about in all this?" And he says she's on the job with Sass and that, and immediately Hope jumps up and says, "What can I do?" And which is when Snow tells him that stay alive.
He's like rude.
Yeah, but the reaction Hope has, that immediately jumping out, "What can I do?" makes me feel, in that moment, of course, everyone's doing shit, and he can't do shit because he's stuck in time.
Left behind again.
And it's
But
it's
he's
like
got a bodyguard now.
sure, but I meant that for Hope, time is has to be a really stressing thing. The fact that he's chained to the linear timeline, even though he manages to get around that because he's Hope, because he's got S-time.
I so wish we could have gotten some scene or just some Caius and Hope, because both of them are stuck in time. They can't time travel. Like those two. It's a crime that we never get any sort of real interaction between those two, because I don't know what Caius would have thought of Hope. Like, what Hope's doing. I think it would be, like, beyond the scope of, like, what is this human? This human is not supposed... This is not in the book. This is not in the guidelines. This is...
I mean, you know...
It's like, it's forbidden to do this and that and this and that. This is not... written anywhere if it's forbidden or not, because no one thought you could do this. I think you will be very about how to deal with Hope.
Especially if M3F has something to do with...
Yeah.
I was just about to say, yeah, especially if he's a descendant of one of the or the first duel.
Yeah, I just wish you could peek inside Caius's head and see, what does he think about Hope? Does he leave Hope alone because he just doesn't know what to do with him?
I mean,
because he's not breaking any rules, because there are no rules considering what he's doing, because what he's doing is just beyond everything.
No, I mean, it makes sense that because Hope is not screwing up with time. He just
exactly.
He comes around the time ban in a way that doesn't fuck up time.
Yeah.
So
I think Caius would be like technically you're not breaking any rules, but you're on my list.
The only reason, I mean, the only feud that Caius has with Hope technically is that he plans to use the new cocoon to smash it into the old cocoon, which is why the final battle is about protecting the new cocoon, the Ark. But that's
Valhalla Caius, post Valhalla Caius knows that he needs Hope. So for the master plan, but before that, Hope must be like just annoyingly strange.
I mean, the Yule from the Bad Academia timeline, she was fascinated with Hope to the point that, well, she, like, when she learned that he had been assassinated in the timeline, she basically narrates that she was fascinated, and he became her inspiration to face her fate because she wanted to, and not because it was prophesied. I don't know recall exactly how she narrates it, but it's a really interesting chapter.
And Caius knows all the prophecies, so he knows that hope is essential to the true timeline, but because he's featured in the prophecies.
Yeah, so
Also has to be a trait. Like one Yule says, yeah, this silver-haired man, boy, whatever, will do stuff during the first fall of Cocoon, because she did see all of that. And so then, like, yeah, in 400 years after the fall of Cocoon, Hope Estine, the silver-haired man, and he like, wait, what? Wait. He was.
Then 1,000 years later.
That's a time span that does not usually. Humans don't usually live that long. Something is really, really wonky here. Do you need glasses? Is something...
I mean, that's the only feud Caius has with Hope. Hope hasn't really offended Caius in any way. He's not broken any rules. He's just found a way around mystical shit. and Hope, I think, from Lightning Returns, he's not overly antagonistic toward Caius. He's just unamused by his return. But
he's very unamused.
But I think the reason is simple. Caius was the man that was fighting Lightning. So of course Hope is going to be...
It's a bit of a personal grudge there.
Yeah. So, if we had a tally of how many people were mentioned throughout Yule's prophecies, which character would have the most tallies against their name? Would it be Hope or would it be Lightning?
She appeared in the prophecy in Yasha's Missive. Lightning appears more than Hope. She, by far. But Hope appears a couple of times.
Like, take all the 65... a lot of the prophecies after Caius took care of her were never written down. So there are at least 65 Yules that had prophecies that weren't written down, that they must have been about Hope. A lot of them.
Fair, kind of. The Violet Crystal one is... well... that's not even so. But yeah.
None of the other characters really get mentioned in the prophecies, though, other than as the group. So it is quite interesting.
It's because they are those prophecies. The Yules and the Caius do mention that, like Sarah and Noel have been in Yule's visions, but since we don't have them written down, we can assume that it's after Caius became the sole guardian, which is after things, because they stopped writing things down.
So I bet you're dying to know how
So
the future, huh?
all the others are more modern about Sarah. But the one about the light in the sky and the hope, that's pre-Caius, which means that it's older than at least 1,000 years before the fall of Cocoon.
It's just interesting that obviously when Sarah and Noel start traveling through time, they become the focus of a lot of the prophecies anyway, because they're changing things anyway. So obviously all the prophecies are going to be about them. But I'm surprised there's not more about, say, like the game itself didn't drop one about, say, Fang and Vanille becoming Ragnarok 600 years ago. Things like that, I'm surprised that the game didn't use the opportunity to drop little things like that in.
Yeah.
The Academy has welcomed us with open arms, and we can research as we always have, but sometimes I get these terrible anxiety attacks. Alyssa, please, Sarah, you have to let me apologize for the way I treated you in the past.
Lying bitch.
Girl.
Forgive me for that. I hope
What way did you treat her in the past? We don't know you have not having treated them well in the past. We only know that you've been very nice to them. Are you getting confused?
Traveling to this time period was...
Okay.
The Academy has made progress on its investigation into the 13th Arc. At this stage, there is good news and there is bad news.
Let's hear the good news first.
We've discovered that the Ark's reactor is powered by an ore cluster known as
Have
the
you
Graviton
collected
core.
them all?
Yes.
By collecting
Nice.
these, there's a possibility that the new cocoon will be up in the sky in no time. That is good news.
Yeah, okay. So now you gotta hit us with the bad news.
Each ore cluster provides only a certain amount of power. The 13th arc, for example, requires a single graviton core. We're going to need multiple cores that we can't seem to find.
Need a hand with the search?
If there's one thing we're good at, it's looking for weird objects.
The game, yeah.
We could use the help. With you two on the case, we'll have those cores in no time.
I'll put together some data on graviton cores. Check in with the Academy front desk.
I have all of them, so I don't need them.
Please hand any graviton cores to Alyssa. Our dream will soon become a reality.
We don't want to hand them to Alyssa. We want to hand them to you.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, please don't make us hand the future of the entire planet over the person who wants to put herself over the entirety of humanity.
I can't believe it! You found a graviton core! If you don't mind, I'll just take a sliver for my research. Wow! This must have been tough to find. We'll be putting it to good use, though.
I don't really like giving them to Alyssa.
To do
Thanks to you two, we almost have all the cores we need.
It's so uncomfortable.
Yes, like, can we not give them to that researcher over there, please?
Did I tell you? The director is inventing a new device.
Of course he is.
The Academy has been making progress on the development of a
Ah, yes.
a very powerful weapon that feeds on time to
Hope's starting his career as crafter.
Exactly.
Starting his career, he's been building a fucking planet for 500 years. 400 years.
The war has already begun, and we're fighting to protect the future itself.
A battle to the end against Caius.
But, Director, didn't you say you were missing a certain material?
A chaos crystal. It's a solidified chunk of paradox energy, but according to the data, it doesn't
That's a
exist
string
in
of
this
words.
time period.
That's... My alarm bells are going off again with time fuckery nonsense.
And we've got the Historia Crux.
I knew I could count on you. Once you found the crystal, I can build you a prototype.
So this is basically the ultimate weapons for Sarah No, which are what's them called? I mean, I know they're the burst weapon in the City of Perovnia. I have both.
Odin
Bolt
Bolt
and Odin Blade. Yeah.
Yeah.
always makes me snort. Like, of course you would give your ultimate weapon creation that name, Hope. You're not subtle.
Not subtle, ever.
But yeah.
Yeah.
This is basically when he starts crafting weapons, which is something that he does in End Returns. He's basically one of his roles is crafting Lightning's gear,
Clothing designing.
clothing designing, and questionable sometimes.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes. Hope your teenage crush is showing.
Like, Hope, you're a millennia old, you're too old to put your partner in a bikini and send her out to fight because she's like, no.
Yes, we get that you've had a crush on her since you were 14, but, you know, open discretion.
in that sense, I guess, considering that how should I put this? I should be discussing this in Line Returns, but Lightning and Hope are both as experienced in love as I am, which is not basically saying zero. Hope has a bit more, only because he kind of, well, he does realize. Lightning doesn't realize until
Lightning
later.
is working on it.
Lightning is working on it.
I fell in love at the age of 14 and then went, that's it, my brain allocation is now going exclusively onto research and I do not need to use those brain cells anymore. Because they're done. They're happy.
So they're both it's very amusing. I was discussing Line Returns stuff with Cell prior to the stream, and we were discussing Line and Hope's banter and all the flirting, and basically it's like these two have such chemistry that they start flirting without realizing they're flirting.
Yep. Because they have never flirted before, so they don't know that they are flirting.
But it's so amusing to watch, like,
or listen to.
To listen to, yeah. So yes,
and people still misinterpret the someone have a little crush, and he's like,
what? The moment the error 404 inside Hope's brain, like, Vanillis are lesbian.
Did you not just hear her cry over her missing wife?
Not to mention the rainbow crystal. I mean, anyways,
we're getting off topic again, aren't we?
It's a great topic to comment on Hope's crafting, because it's one of the things he does up there in the arc. He doesn't try to hide it. He tells you that's his job, and obviously he has to make by force these garbs and these weapons from magic, because there's no way that Hope spent he's not sewing up there in the arm. Or maybe he is.
Then again, we all know, like, pandemic, everyone picked up some kind of craft.
There's not much that
isolation.
I see the Academy can thank you for delivering another ore cluster. We're one step closer to seeing the new cocoon up in the sky.
You've got banana bread baking in the oven as well.
No, I don't know how we could ever repay you.
You've brought us another cluster? Thank you so much. I mean it.
They don't want to give them to you.
Right on the edge, you could just give her a little push right now.
Don't tempt me.
Sarah, did you really do it?
We had collected all the ore clusters
prior to knowing that we were going to need them.
I don't think I'd ever seen Hope look so happy and excited. But this was.
He doesn't. He's like just with a smile.
Stone-faced, and she's like, "Oh, he's so happy."
I think it says a lot of how.
Yeah.
I know we can do it.
That's happy Hope, happy face.
He's right, you know.
Happiest he's ever gonna be.
Gate in the town? Well,
ironically, Sarah looked very happy and adorable.
We collected the ore crystals, so the future has changed, Kubo.
Yes, I think so. And look what I found. It was lying next to the gate.
I don't want it.
I don't want
it.
I don't want it.
This unlocks.
Hey, turn around! Betrayal is going on right behind you.
It takes us to the day that Cocoon collapses. The one we saw in the prophecy. The one where Caius is fighting.
Time for the final showdown?
Let's all fight together. We'll follow you to the future by a different path.
He's not gonna be left
There are
behind.
things there I have to protect.
Right. You don't even know
Sure! I mean, yes, but...
Yes, because he doesn't immediately try to abandon that the moment the option comes up. He doesn't have to be forced to go and protect them instead of fighting with you guys to try and find lightning.
It's all coming together. It's so exciting.
And once again, like, Etro gatekeeps him, yeah, but everyone else is also like, no, you can't come. You're not invited.
Once you're done correcting history,
He's like, but I'm age appropriate right now.
disappear, will I?
I have bad news for you.
You're leaving
I've said it before, but I don't know how to thank you enough.
Can you stop thanking me, Hope? You thank me like how many times? Well, I mean, it's in his nature, but...
Prepare yourselves. The real battle is yet to come.
Yeah, don't we know it?
Thinking about the incident in 13AF, the one you managed to stop. I keep coming back to the part where Alyssa and I were killed in Augusta Tower, before history was changed. For some reason, I'm not so sure the AI was acting on its own.
What makes you think so?
There's no denying the AI was out of control. I just wonder, was that really an accident?
He's too clever. I mean, he may not realize, he may not know that it was Alyssa who did that, but...
I think it might be a bit of like, I would not create an AI that fucks up that bad.
Well, it's part of that, and there's part of the fact that he always seems to know when danger's coming. His sixth sense is tingling.
I mean...
He's like, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't happen.
I'm sure of it. I've said it before, but I don't know how to thank you.
Isn't that background theme here the Eyes of Etro?
I mean, it's one of the time and space variations, but I don't know which one.
I don't know the name of the track. I know it's related to Hysteria Cracks.
It is. I think I gave up when it came to this theme because it comes back, but it's the one that goes into time. It's got the same core as Paradox, Story So Far, Oracle Drive, Oath Brand. According to my science, at least, it's a big. There are some arrows and scribbly lines, and it just says same. It points out Paradox, Story So Far, Oracle Drive, Oath Brand, and says same.
It's interesting to hear this theme here now.
Yeah.
It's a theme
because
that
it's
one
the
theme that that accompanies you at a few times. So.
Wait. I mean, it's the soundtrack we hear when we're in the Hysteria Crux.
Yeah. It's also the theme that happens. I'm thinking of a particular moment, which is, you know, Yasha's Massive 10AFX, the real one, when Yule appears and tells Sarah that she and her are the same. It's the same soundtrack sounds in that cutscene. This same soundtrack. I'm. It tickles. It tickles my M3F senses.
I'm just going to disappear and make us coffee a moment. I'll be back in a sec.
The same as Hysteria Crux. It's the same. What the fuck? Why are you? Oh, there are 50 tracks to look through, and my science only covered like 20 of them.
I don't want to leave academia. I mean, I want to just so this here disappears, but...
Great!
Anyways.
It won't be long now. Hope and his team are close to raising the new cocoon. It's hard to believe, but we really are changing history.
Noel, are you worried at all? Caius has tried to interfere before. Maybe he will again.
Remember, the Caius who caused the XIII incident was just an imposter. I wonder why the real one didn't intervene.
I hope he lets us finish here.
Maybe he will. If that's what it'll take to protect you all, then I know he will. I remember we argued about that very thing once and wait. Did we argue? I don't remember.
Are your memories playing tricks on you again? Noel, something must have happened between you two.
Damn it. I wish I could remember. Not being able to protect Yule, and being the only one left alive on the planet. And then leaving that place and traveling to Valhalla, I should know these things.
I wish there was some way to find out. But I wonder, your memories disappearing, does it have anything to do with the future changing?
It won't matter in the end, Sarah. Don't worry.
Anyway, I can't find the exact soundtrack that was playing, but it's the same bass as the Historia Crux, which is kind of fascinating, yeah.
Oh, I see.
All good here.
It's...
I mean, 13-2 doesn't
I should
use...
expand my science, yep.
13-2 doesn't have so many musical clues as Line Returns does, but still. I mean, I mean that's unfair. Line Returns thrives on musical cues.
Almighty Bunivelsa, yeah.
Which is a variation of Hope's theme. That's, well, the art.
Almighty Bunivelsa, it's a story. It tells a story.
Yeah, the final
Just
boss
by
is
itself,
basically
the track itself.
The final boss theme is basically telling you it's not so much as a track as it is a story, and cluing you in that you have to pay attention to the music.
Hello there.
Like Hope's theme going into like having Hope's theme as bass, but then you add the like sentiment and the lyrics of Caius's theme going De Amortis, like I will protect the most dear one, I swear to the goddess of death, like Hope? Hope, what are you doing?
and then Fighting Fate.
Oh yeah, it does look like the gate's fixed.
I think we're getting close to some kind of final reckoning. Before we
Oh,
jump through this
this
gate,
is where
gotta
I
make sure
said,
we're
yeah, I'm
ready to
totally
fight.
ready, and I was not.
Where is he?
Well, we still don't know if he really is against us or not. His silence makes me nervous. He's always been deadly quiet before taking action. It's like the calm before the storm. If he is in Valhalla, then he's been watching everything we've done here. And if he sees a weakness, he'll exploit
You have to
it
see
without
it as
mercy.
two different Caiuses.
Let our guard
There's
down.
one Caius right now who's pissed at you, but are still walking a linear path and will walk until it's 700 AF. And then there's a batshit crazy Caius watching on Valhalla. Yeah.
Yeah, we be ready.
Let's go. We don't have anything else to do here now. If we have to fight Caius now, then so be it. I'm ready.
All right then. Let's go do it.
Random NPC scream.
Leaving without even a farewell?
Sustained by hatred, by
We were
hate.
to drop by and see you before we left.
That's what we figured. Thought we'd save you the trip.
Thanks.
I hope the future turns out like
So
this.
at least there's a bit of hope in academia.
Sometimes, when it looks
But
like all
basically
hope is
because
lost,
he reminisces
people
about
turn
his
against
past.
each other. They end up full of hate. But really, when they stop and think about it, they're making themselves sad for no reason. Director, why are you looking at me
He's
like
not
that?
looking at you, babe.
Sorry. I was just remembering. There was a time when I almost lost myself because I had so much hate in me. And then some friends showed me a way out.
Right. You mean lightning and snow.
Right, and now he's 24
It all
again.
began back then.
He not
I remember.
Maybe.
Sarah, weren't you the first one who said
No.
you wanted to save me?
not right now.
Like he's still
It
from
was because
he's still
Snow
from
and Light were
13.
bound to carry out
yeah.
our wishes that we all came together back.
So he's 27
To
now.
this day,
Mhm.
Vanille and Fang still keep
Or a bit
Cocoon
more.
safe.
Technically, the diary from
Lightning does too.
Yes. but the
yes,
Ozark
just
told me
avoid the
it will
topic,
fall
Hope.
soon. It's going to be hard
I
for
see
them to
you.
learn the old
Anyways, I think the novel in Hope and Alyssa's chapter
Maybe you can help our friends as
says
well.
basically
You won't have to bear the burden of a world
that
anymore.
they
And just maybe,
awoke
Fang will
in
be released from
319 AF,
That was always in the
but
back of your mind,
it's
wasn't
the dialogues in academia imply that it's only
it? For your friend.
they're basically only been here for some months, so not that
Yeah.
much.
It's okay. We all knew.
But then they also might not have gone into the time capsules immediately in 13 AF. 13 AF
I've
is
had
when
the
they
great
changed the
fortune to be
plans.
helped by many people.
So I mean,
But yeah,
Sarah and
we're
Noah,
going to
you're the
go
ones who showed
about
me
that
how the
in
future
Yeah.
a moment.
You gave us all a motive. You helped us
The
make your
24
family what it
27 dilemma.
I
Well,
lost a lot. I don't know how many times I almost gave up.
Humanity is doomed to repeat the mistakes
Which
of
we've
the past.
mentioned a lot, which is basically we don't really know how old Hope is at the end because the time fuckery has made
Well, as
things
you would say,
complicated.
and he is subject to the changes in
Once
timeline.
preparations are complete, we plan to journey
Yeah.
ahead 100 years. I want to be there. I want to see the raising of Cocoon with my own eyes.
I'm sure we'll meet again, Hope.
And when we do, we'll have lightning with us.
Great. So, I guess this isn't really goodbye then, is it?
wingman.
For a new future.
Yakubu? See ya.
Yeah, that's she meant.
Bitch.
Yeah, and if somehow you'd missed all of the foreshadowing that she's an evil person throughout the game, there's your final chance to realize before shit gets real.
Always. Always.
It's
that
always
reaching out your
hands.
hand.
I'm sorry. But in the new
It's
future that you
it's
wish to build,
rather
I
reminiscent.
no longer exist.
Fuck you, Alyssa.
And here we have her,
Goodbye.
the true Alyssa.
And after this, while we're going to go through this episode, it's basically when Alyssa sabotages Augusta Tower in Academia 400 X, and Hope goes in person to check things because he's a master hacker, and I'm not inventing that. He is a master hacker.
Because of course he is.
No, we have the Ultimaria story with Renee, and we have
and the novels.
In the novels, yeah. And Alyssa insists on going with him, which he didn't want to, but just as a mention, he wanted to go in without anyone there, but Alyssa basically jumps into the ship. It goes on board. Yeah, it goes on board, and and Hope is not amused, but okay, fine, whatever. And that's when the whole thing, when Hope's ambush in Augusta Tower, and he manages pretty well between his magic and his boomerang and the duplicate deleting gun. So
yeah, Hope had a gun.
It's a duplicate deleting gun. It's not.
Yeah, but someone gave Hope a gun. Like he wasn't OP enough. Someone had. I'm the most powerful sorcerer in existence, and I have a gun.
That meme, you know, the Final Fantasy XIII Trilogy of Hope Estime had been given a gun.
Snow would have been fun.
Yeah. So, basically, we're going to explain the 24-27 dilemma, okay? Do you want to start, or do I start? No, I think we said I was going to handle this. Fuck.
Do you have your notes ready? I can introduce the problem.
Go.
When we talk about the 24/27 dilemma, that we know in 13 AF Hope has to be 27, and we know he jumped from there, but then things change when we fuck with the timeline. So when we end up where we end up at the end of this game, when we go forward into Lightning Returns, we're not entirely sure. Hope should technically not be 27 anymore. In some logical loops, he should actually be 24, probably, if we just take living years and take capsule years, like we don't count them. So yeah, we have an age issue with Hope because history changes around him. And people have been confused about this since, and always said that, yeah, he's 27, but...
When I go into fanfiction and stuff, and they say, Hope is 27, blah blah blah, I was like, look, this is basically a lore diving thing of being a perfectionist. You don't, and by the end of Lightning Return, it doesn't matter anymore.
It really doesn't.
So I'm just... okay,
it's just
fine.
A fun thing to clear up.
But I'm just that much of a perfectionist with my work, and I started to notice: is Hope really 27? We're talking 500 AF, so 100 years later in basically the ending. And why is that? We just spoke about Alyssa, and there's the chapter in the novels in which Alyssa basically disappears, and if you read the novel and Alyssa's journal, which is basically, the chapter is based on that, and in game it's mentioned that the Proto-Fal'Cie project was proposed and designed by Alyssa. So what does this mean? This means that once Alyssa is removed from the timeline, there's no one who proposes the Proto-Falsi project anymore. And we know that the Proto-Falsi project was what delayed Hope and Alyssa going into 400 EF, 400X. And because Hope first, they had started with the project, and then they canceled the project. This is set in game. And
No,
they saw the prophecy.
it was done concurrently. It was done concurrently. It literally says, we've been working on the time capsule concurrently with the artificial FALC project, and now it's complete.
Yeah, and
so they've been working on the time capsules at the same time as the FALC project. So they were in progress already.
They were in progress before, which I said with the conversation with Noel, that if you lead with Noel, Alyssa tells him that they've been working on the time capsule even before that. We don't even know how much time, how many years, we don't know. We know that they were still in prototype, but, you know, could have been, I don't know. So here's the thing. We know that Hope inherited, for whatever reason, Alyssa's formula after she disappeared. Like, basically, it's kind of a memento of her. And without anyone to propose the Proto-Falsi project, that project, it's not that the Falsi never happened, it's just that the project was never proposed, so Hope never thought of that. So instead they went straight up to the new cocoon design, and well, you know that. This means that we're talking maybe a year before, maybe some months, we don't know. But if Alyssa never proposed the Falsi, the Proto-Falsi, and never caused a delay, which a part of it was deliberate on her part to get rid of Hope and delay the projects, and she just didn't expect that the AI would kill her as well. Oops. And basically it leaves a window of time in which Hope at 24, maybe 25, could have gone into the time capsule, or maybe 25 when in the time period between the time he had to stay at academia. Basically, we've been conjecturing, maybe not 24, maybe 25, perhaps sometimes even going maybe 26. I myself lean into 25 by the ending, I mean. But yeah, not 27. That's me. I keep being ambiguous even with my writings, like with Hope said like between 24 and 26. I mean, fuck it, and I basically hand wave it as
he's the oldest balls now. It doesn't matter anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore, exactly. But being precise, this is the 24-27 dilemma, and
so when we return now to 500 soon, we are going to meet a younger Hope than we left.
Basically.
Because time fuckery.
Yeah, because time fuckery. I mean, it doesn't, like I said, it for fanfic writers and stuff, and lore divers, if you, well, not so much for lore divers have to keep these things in mind. But that's why I'm usually careful with how I word this stuff. And I say, when I see many people say 27-year-old Hope, and I'm like, I'm going to say adult Hope, because we don't really know. If you want to make a difference, I usually go in XIII-2 Director Hope, or adult Hope. I don't use the age because of this. I mean, we don't have any proof, so there's that. And
we just
again,
know that the most likely, without the delay, he would most likely have traveled younger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So minimum 24, absolute maximum 27.
Absolute maximum 27. Yeah.
24-27 dilemma.
Mm-hmm. Like we said, for fanfiction writers, it doesn't matter. I mean, it irks me, but it irks me because I'm like that. But it's just that
I don't actually agree. I really don't. I personally think that it would have taken just as much time without the distortions, because they would have had other things to work on, that they didn't have to rely on the FALC project. So personally, I think that it would have still taken the same amount of time. And in fact, I actually think that Hope's 28 at the end of the game. So I'm going to throw the spanner in the works there and have the alternate.
It's fine to have different opinions. I mean,
it doesn't matter anyway, because they can be reborn at any age in the new world.
Mm-hmm.
So at the very end of the game, we have no idea how old any of them are, because they're all reborn into the new world. Mm-hmm. And they could be any age whatsoever, except for the fact that we know that Sarah is a university student and Hope is a young man still. So we know that Hope is an adult, and we know that Sarah is a university student. That is the only indication we are given as to any of their ages in the new world.
Mm.
That Dash is still a kid.
And
Snow can ride a motorcycle.
Poor kid. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, so Hope's age is a question mark. It's just. Yeah.
Just basically, basically, if you're a fanfiction writer, you can keep it basically on the range of 24 to 27. So that's fine. Just depends on how much of a detailed person you are, basically.
Yeah, it depends on the time fuckery and exactly how it affected everything. Mm. It could be anything.
So basically,
but I think it's open that.
Basically, go with whatever you prefer. It's if you're writing something post Lightning Returns, it doesn't matter.
I mean, maybe Alyssa was really, really, really good at what she was doing. Maybe things did go slower without her. Maybe he's even older. Maybe it took longer without her help. No, now we're just making things even more worse.
I doubt it, because in the data logs, the fragment data logs, I think, it says, like in game, that the new Cocoon project was proposed and designed by Hope in 10AF.
But he did.
Yeah, the thing is, in the novels, the last actual year they give is when they're talking about the time capsule project.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only actual last year they give before they go to the future. But at that point, they've already stopped mentioning Alyssa.
Mm.
Hang on, I'm
This
just
is
making
so
sure they
fucking
don't
messy.
mention her. Oh, no. Alyssa's being mentioned there. Sorry, no. So Alyssa's mentioned in the 13AF one. They don't actually mention what day or month they go into the capsule.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing you hear is 399 AF.
Yeah, which could be.
But that's when Alyssa.
And we don't know which month there either.
Yeah. And we don't even know how many months exactly the year in this world has.
Yeah, because it's all XX. And then when it goes to the stage after Alyssa's been killed, or Alyssa's gone out of existence, we don't actually see anything else from the from the timeline where she doesn't exist, except for the very, very last day of the old cocoon, where Hope is walking around the old cocoon on the very last day before they abandon it completely for the new cocoon. And he's like, something feels weird. So yeah, we don't actually know. We don't know if the timeline changed at all. We don't know if everything, like a river, followed the same thing. We don't know if things took longer. It is completely open to interpretation. But to say absolutely concretely that he's 27 at the end of the game is just as incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't know if everything stayed the same. We don't know if anything took longer or shorter. I personally think that it would have probably taken around about the same time, different path line to the same ending. Because they'd have done different research, different things like that. They'd have had to change research because they weren't doing the FALC project anymore, so they'd have had to create the same stuff.
He would also have to become influential enough to create a cult. That's also something. People are worshipping him as he wakes up. He must have gone from being the director of this smaller section to... He must have branched out. So he must... yeah.
Wasn't by 13AF he was in charge of the entire academy. He wasn't just director of research, he was the director of the entire academy by 13AF.
Yeah.
He was already director. He was already director by the age of 19, if you remember.
I thought that was just research, though.
Yeah, but with director of research in. Yeah, I think so.
I suppose because the academy wasn't really the main government back then. It kind of became that because they were already governing everything in order to create the new Cocoon. So when you're already putting that much resource.
This is somewhat revealed in the quizzes in academia when they tell you that there was a war between the government and a really bad dispute that ended up with academia as the main government, de facto government, in 20 AF.
Yeah, this is the civil war that happened the moment that Hope fell asleep.
Well, not the moment, but...
Pretty much.
He looked away for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway, we should move on. These are the stupid things that people like us wonder about. Because
this has been my life.
We've been stuck with the same game for over a decade.
This has been my life for... Except for hiatus, whatever, playing 14.
It's a brave last question. Who was the first female prime minister to represent the Sanctum? Ivory Marilla. Does that mean at some point in time, Bath Angelus decided to not only dress and drag as Sarah, but as someone else?
If. Face blunt.
Damn, Caius. What did that boy ever do to you? Stabbing you in the chest doesn't count, it's not happened yet.
Is this void beyond? No! Mog? Come on, Mog. What's wrong? Why won't you answer me?
It does happen in Valhalla, though, so it has happened, and this never happens, and it will never happen, and it will always happen.
Where did Mog get to?
Fuckery.
How do I find him?
This is really when the suspension of disbelief is stretched really, really, really fucking thin here.
What's wrong with you? How do I get out of here?
I can't remember why Caius did that.
Sal, you're going to have many things to read here.
Yay!
Oh, fuck. Cockroaches, great. I didn't really need... I don't need the close-up with the behemoths! Okay, you speak.
You're Yule, aren't you?
Yes, I am one of many Yules. From your perspective, I am a Yule from the ancient past.
But where are we? Are we trapped in this place?
I am not truly here. I only watch events from a distant time. This place, it is a shadow of Valhalla. In the depths of the unseen
So
realm,
many layers
I
of
see you held prisoner.
the unseen world.
So,
I'll be back in 10.
okay.
I would say B or X.
Let's say X.
Yeah.
A shade of Valhalla? What kind of world is Valhalla anyway?
It is a place where all stand still. It is the future that follows destruction. A world where even time is no longer.
Are you saying I can't ever leave?
If you do not escape, the dream will go on forever.
Wait, don't go!
Because the fragments here are really interesting. That's why I said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Etro's sorrow, Yule's confessions. Etro granted the most selfless of gifts. Her power
Lies.
and strength.
Gaslighting.
Her power and strength flowed through the gate to the unseen world. And with each passing second, she grew weaker and weaker. Now the goddess sleeps within the heart of chaos. Oh my god! Should she cease to exist, then the power that she granted to humanity, the power that makes their universe whole, will disappear. When the sands of time run out on the goddess, so too do they on the world of man.
Okay.
Oh my god, that's a tongue teaser. Should she cease? Oh my god! English is my only language as well. My god.
Hey, you.
You're a different Yule, aren't you?
Yes. You have not met me yet. I call
Hey.
your present age my home. You and I are the same. We are blessed by Etro, her chosen servant.
Yay!
Servants of the goddess?
The
Can I
power
get
to
a
step
refund?
outside the timeline. The power to witness the future.
Did you keep the receipt?
These gifts come from Etro. Her servants are known by her blessings.
Which one do you want?
I mean, I'm the lightning simp, so my option would obviously be Y. But I'm not sure if that's the lore answer. I suppose A would probably be the lore answer, but
So, Y or A?
yeah, one of them.
I'm not sure.
Let's go for A.
What
Let's
kind
let
of
the
goddess
non-lightning
is
simps
Etro?
have a chance.
She is a deity of the unseen realm. After gifting us with spirit and empowering us with will, Etro was engulfed in chaos and now drifts towards oblivion.
Well, that's not much, but it's a bit.
Yeah.
So the ability to change the future is a gift from the goddess herself.
Ah, great.
And it's part of the...
You ask about what kind of goddess is Etra, and you get Caius' sword. Fine, everything makes sense.
Please just go. Get it.
That little section was indicative of this game's insistence on trying to actually differentiate between the various parts of the human soul. Which it makes a lot more effort in than Lightning Returns.
Yeah, it's a shame that they kind of gave up.
Yes.
Okay. Pulse's resolution.
Right. Pulse's resolution. When the people of Cocoon first came down to the surface of Grand Pulse, magic filled the earth. Among the people, there were those who awakened to this power. I saw it happen. I saw time distorted and twisted. When the timeline was changed and history broken, fissures appeared in the wall that separates the spirit and the material. The crystal power that was once bestowed only upon the l'Cie was released, and it permeated deep into the soil. Now normal humans can spin enchantments and spells, if they know how.
So, well, there we have it, basically.
Yeah.
Hope doesn't have magic in 13-2. Yeah.
Hope has all the magic in 13-2.
For fuck's sake, he's known particularly for being broken and magic.
I am back. What did I miss?
I'm talking with a couple of mules and says reading some fragments.
Yeah, I read the one about Etro gifting gifts to humanity, you know. Yeah. Gifts in quotation marks, and the Pulse one about magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fragments we're getting here are named after gods. Etra's, we have we had Etra's Sorrow, Pulse's Resolution. Let's go.
And we have 3 question marks left.
Let's info dump right at the end of the game.
I am from the future.
Better late than never.
Very soon, my presence here will fade. There is little time to tell you of the things I have seen.
Okay.
Lindsay.
We got Lindsay.
Lindsay's desire. The part of humans we call soul is a gift of the goddess. In all our hearts flickers a small piece of chaos of Valhalla, of the chaos of Valhalla. From Valhalla, you can see every age, every timeline. I see the future because Valhalla lives in my heart. The eyes of Echo is not a unique gift reserved for the special. Every human who claims a soul can gaze into the future.
In truth, this should be a spirit, but fine. Let's go with soul.
It's tricky. It's hard. It's.
I mean, it's this kind of teeters in the verge of having the word heart with spirit, heart/spirit, and
Heart,
then
spirit, soul, the holy trinity of confusion.
And yeah.
Which becomes very important later to not mix them up.
Oh, she's back here. Okay. You. Where's the fucking cockroach? Here. Ah, excellent. Die.
I guess I won.
You burn them to death, Sarah. I guess I won. A libroscope. Not teasing at all, but a boss fight. Let me speak to the you! And please stop showing me the female sass. And all of this for 20 Criterion points. Fuck my life. Okay, you.
Once upon a time, there were 6 and 1 Lassie, and their story is a miracle. The destinies of the 6 were bound through the completion of a focus that belonged to the 1.
The 6. That was Lightning and Snow and the others. And the 1.
This is dodge erasure, and I'm not standing for it.
Okay, we got a rather unknown and oversighted name here.
Wind's tenderness. Our bodies are made of the blood of the goddess. Our souls are formed of the chaos which she bestowed upon us. The Farseers were an ancient people who embraced the chaos more than any other. They were Pulse's oldest tribe, and I was their seeress. The power to see the future, the power to travel the timeline, the power to bend monsters to your will, the power to remember in your dreams. Even when the timeline has changed, they are manifestations of hidden chaos, and in a chosen few, these powers are great indeed. Such are the blessings of the goddess.
God bless her.
I forgot to mention this earlier with Hope in HQ when you asked him about lightning, and he says that he heard Lightning's voice. He never said and it's reinforced by what he says that I'm positive that I heard you I heard your sister's voice. Hope is the only one of the time travelers. That's Snow, if you recall, tells you that Lightning appeared like a goddess out of a fairy tale, so he saw her. And Sass, I think he does too, that he saw Lightning as the Knight of Etro. But Hope doesn't. Hope is the only one who doesn't see Lightning in his dreams. Why? Well, that's a good question.
To make the Rosehead Phantom even worse.
I mean, kind of, yeah. But yeah. This is one of those anomalies with the time ban and stuff that they say here there's manifestation of hidden chaos and chosen few those powers are great indeed. Such are the blessings of the goddess. So basically, everyone on the group is blessed by the goddess, between quotations, except Hope, which has the ban.
I mean, he kind of does have the power to see the future, but he's had that since birth.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she figured he didn't need anymore. Like, he's overpowered enough.
Yeah.
I mean, she saw the monster Meowth made out of him and was like, nope, does not need anything else. He's good to go.
Made Hope a monster?
She took a look at his magic stats and just, nah.
Okay.
Like, he had haste, that's good enough.
A shame that he didn't have flair.
Hey, that's how he planned how to build an entire planet in like a few months. He used haste.
Constantly. Along with coffee.
That's how he got like 7 degrees in like 3 years. He used haste.
I'm telling you, haste is the only thing worth learning.
Christ, drinking his 6th coffee. Director, why do you need more coffee? Hang on, I'm on my 12th haste spell. I need to fuel it a bit more. Just constantly using haste over and over and fueling it with caffeine.
A child. And so she released them from the prison of crystal.
And in hindsight, we all agree that it was a bad decision.
Yes.
Yeah.
In doing so, she warped time itself. Etra was fading away, and she could not restore it. But perhaps you had the power to repair the distortion, and perhaps you did.
Perhaps I did. What do you mean? Is it too late now?
The future. I can no longer see it.
Well. That isn't ominous at all, coming from you, you know?
Especially considering the fragment she's likely to give.
There he is.
There it is.
The man himself.
This is the only time where I would like to use my cursed gift.
Yes.
Bunnivel's asleep. In the physical world, it contains within its form endless chaos. By the will of the deities, it gives birth to all living things. I speak of crystal. The eternal dream world of the crystal lies within the unseen realm. Sorry, the screen's gone a bit funny.
Yeah.
The unseen dream world. The eternal dream world of the crystal lies within the unseen world. Even the gods. Nah, I've got Meowth's avatar in the way on the other screen.
Oh.
So I got one that's
even
gone
the gods,
blurry.
Even the gods long to find their way into that place. In all crystal, the heart that shines most brightly is called Bunnivel's. So yeah. So that's speaking of Bunnivel's real form, which is a crystal. The real form, basically. Makes me think of the Crystal of Dreams. You know, by the ending of Lightning Returns, maybe that's his heart? Anyway.
I mean, I'm personally of the opinion that they ripped all of Bunnivel's power out of them when Lightning ripped Hope out of him, but hey. And that's why he was weak enough for them to murder. And I personally I'm of the opinion that Hope went yoink.
Or maybe just an accident, too, considering how linked they were.
Yeah. But at the same time, if Hope had any chance of weakening Bunnivel's for Lightning, he would have taken it if he had the ability to. So.
I mean, it's not the first time that an accident, because due to that connection, has happened. So.
Yeah. Because if you think about it, Bunnivel's had tried to destroy the New World when he got pissed off at Lightning when she rejected his marriage proposal.
Did you
Hey, Bunnivel's. Hey,
she doesn't
Chocolina.
deserve to be here.
You there? Are you lost too? I don't know how I ended up here, and I can't seem to find a way out. I really need your help to get out of this bind. First, buy something from my shop, then look for an exit.
Give me your money, then get me out of here.
Never change.
Okay. I don't see anything interesting, so sorry, Chocolina, no stonks for you today.
Love you. And find
Chocolina is the only argument in favour of capitalism.
She is self-made. I think.
Yeah, you gotta respect that at
Loyal
least.
too. Which era do you come from?
I am the one who lives in all the ages. I am the one who dies in all the ages. I am the one who suffers countless partings again and again.
Thank you for the focus on her eyes.
This is Etro's greatest fuck up.
In this place, you can see all your heart's desires come true.
understand.
Look, this is the place where all time flows. The dreams of humanity are here washed ashore. A world without beginning or end. A world closed upon itself. Why do you want to change time? Why do you try to stand in his way? Why do you continue on this journey? As you change the timeline, you come closer to death.
I'm telling you, their dynamic is also very wanky.
Is over.
I don't understand.
You don't need to.
I like that. It's the opposite of a villain speech. It's like just
Yeah.
you don't need it. You don't need. I just need to get rid of you.
You can vibe to Kai's stream.
Because right now he's on plan C. Yeah. His plan A was in 700 AF for Newell to kill him. Plan B was to go to Valhalla and kill the goddess. It didn't really work out because the goddess wasn't there and Lightning was there and nothing really. It got wonky. And plan C was to get rid of Sarah and Newell and make sure that the new cocoon crashes into and, you know, mass murder. And then we all know he ends up with a very convoluted plan D and somehow gets what he wants anyway.
And then it turns into plan E. Because a whole other thing happens after. Because the fucker still won't die.
I love the foreshadowing that he's going to become the god of death when he sits on that throne. In that throne.
He is living in a time and place where he knows only joy.
Is he the new god of death, or is he just a caretaker?
No, he becomes the god of death. It's in reminiscence. He's called the god of death.
Yeah.
And the city of
and his voice, he's the one Aoede meet when she almost dies.
No one would never give in to you.
But yeah, I'm vibing.
He's OP.
He's been in Valhalla for longer than... They aren't even in Valhalla. Oh! My brain is fucking...
Listen to me. Each time you fulfill a wish of your heart, someone else's dream is shattered. You conjure miracles, but when you do, the seeds of tragedy are sown in other lives. Are you prepared to bear that burden, that responsibility?
Rude. But well.
Why, Caius? Why do you fight us?
To save her. Long ago, the goddess XIII rescued you and your friends from your fate as the sea.
He's such a solid character.
For you, it was a miracle.
Despite the time
For
fuckery.
you, a sentence of death. In that moment, immutable history was transformed. Time was twisted. With each distortion of the future, the life of the series was cut short. So
If I recall correctly, about 65 lost Yules at this point, 65.
When time is in flux, the future changes, and Yule is consumed. So I will dam the river of time and tear down the foundations of history. Only then will your suffering...
So the thing is...
You're going to destroy history just so you can save Yule?
Yes.
to do that because he's lost 65 daughters.
To be entirely fair, well, I'll talk about that after the cutscene ends.
Oh, he's still on Plan B. All right.
In a place without time or future.
He's just mixing plans together now. He's got lots of options. The world just wants to be fucked.
F.
The river goes in one direction, and that direction is the world is fucked.
That shot is really like, well, I mean, she's not dead, but yet, but.
So, I know that's like one of those shocking shots. That's like, oh no, how could they do that? To try, oh no, she's fine. That's all right then. And it's like, yeah, she's fine now. Yeah,
she's fine. It's all fine.
Everything is going to be fine.
It was just a shock factor shot.
But I was going to say.
But yeah, here we have it. Like he unapologetically goes, "Yeah, I am willing to destroy the world for this one daughter of mine." So what?
I suppose technically we should point out the fact that Caius and Alyssa don't actually have that differing motives.
So, and they play the game over music. Thank you, game. I was going to say.
Look at her, asleep like a baby. Hey, let's all yell Sarah at once.
Why don't you do it?
I'll get her up. Hey, Sarah! Wake up!
Nice view.
What are you doing sleeping out here?
I mean, I can appreciate Libero's
where am I?
personality.
On your bed for starters.
You still dreaming?
Maybe I am.
Hey, let's go.
Come on, Sarah.
Man, I'm hungry. What's for lunch anyway?
Didn't you just eat?
Have I really come back to New Bodom?
So yeah, in reality, Caius and Alyssa have very similar motives. They're all trying to fuck over the entire world to save one person. But I think the difference in why Caius is relatable and Alyssa isn't is that Caius does it under out of a sense of compassion for Yule, because he loves Yule. She's his daughter. He does it out of compassion and love, whereas Alyssa does it completely out of selfishness, and she has no compassion or love for the people around her at all.
Yeah, and personally I feel like Caius having to suffer through the same cycle so many times and being unable to stop it. I bet he's tried different approaches, considering that he's got plan A, B, and C going on. Like, this was not his first option was to simply live out until the last Yule died and then find someone who could kill him. And that didn't work out, so his plans got increasingly more lunatic. So I feel like that also makes it like his story is a tragedy. He's lived through trauma after trauma after trauma. Alyssa, it's just it's simpler. I mean, your own death, wanting to prevent your own death, it's understandable, yes, but Caius has suffered a lot more, which also makes him more relatable because he's suffered for such a long fucking time.
And like here's some quotes from the novel about Alyssa, like from her POV. This is just like, and this is like a sentence that her friend says: "I don't care if other people are liars or not. I just hate telling lies myself." And Alyssa then goes on to say, "That had surprised me. Some people think like that." And like, her heart's been empty for long. I mean, I don't really mind telling lies, and I don't believe it's always wrong. Deception is an essential skill for getting along with people. So it's just so much about Alyssa's mindset that she is like, she is not a very nice person at all.
Disorder. It does.
Yeah.
It does scream like.
And it's.
I don't know if it's cluster B. Yeah, it's cluster B personality disorders. It's something's not right.
Yeah, it's what makes her unrelatable when even when you think, well, isn't this what Caius is kind of doing? No, it's what makes her unrelatable in comparison to Caius, whereas Caius is quite relatable.
She's kind of we talk about mankind's network in relation to Hope, mostly in Line Returns, but in a sense, Alyssa is a willing, stranded link because she cannot connect with anyone, and
no.
In his younger years, so to speak, Hope tries to reach out. In that episode, Hope tries to reach to her, but with no effect. It's actually it's actually as described in the novel. It's harsh for him watching Alyssa disappear because it means he couldn't save that one person. You know, Hope. He's going to blame to blame himself for not being able to save that one person. And that's what actually hits him. And Alyssa's surprise at Hope's compassion, even though he knows she has used him. He knows that he has tried to kill him, but still, he just feels compassion, and that's something
the need to save.
And
that
I'm not
savior
sure.
complex.
And I'm not sure if that because her response is kind of her reaction to that is kind of why. But it's a mix why between confusion, irritation, gratefulness. I don't know. It's a very complex overload of what the fuck in related to Alyssa's constant state of mind regarding Hope. Like why are you like this?
Yeah, why are you like this? Why do you care about people when they don't give you anything back? Why are you having social interactions where you don't gain anything? That's what she can't grasp. Like, why are you having contact with people who you can't get anything out of? Because that's the only reason she interacts with others. She wants to get something out of them.
Hope is a bit strange. I wouldn't call him as particularly social, aside from as much as the requires social abilities to be what he is. But Hope is not exactly a social person. He's described, especially in episode 0, as an introvert. So yeah. And to be fair, I love this from episode 0. That Hope, if you read episode 0, this is 14-year-old Hope. If you read episode 0, you realize that Hope has much more inner dialogue than his dialogue with anyone in the. He even in the novel in XIII-2, he mentions something about, if I start thinking about possibilities, I'm never going to get out of that rabbit hole.
Yeah. So it's called generalized anxiety disorder.
Sometimes it's like this difference between how quiet is Hope and the difference between how quiet Hope appears to others and how active really is his mind. It's really cool. Anyways, so which one I choose?
What year is it? What year is it? Nice.
What year is it?
That's yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
LeBro, can I ask you a strange question? What year is this?
Are you serious? Okay, I'm starting to worry about you. You're not much of a teacher if you don't know that.
Yeah, I know. Can you just tell me anyway?
It's 3 a.m., silly. Now you know, so run on home, okay?
It's not like you to slack off like that. Have you been working too hard in the fields?
Which one?
Being right back.
Okay, Cel?
Where's Noel?
Do you know where Noel
I'm
is?
pretty sure they're gonna go, who?
Or even who he is?
No. No, I can't say I do. Not in this village. Old friend?
No, not really. I must be back in the past, before Noel came here. I know Kaya stabbed me, but there's no wound.
They can't wait for you to get back to Nora House.
I'm going to have to peace out soon.
Okay.
So, Thursday would work well for me.
Thursday. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. Then we
How far do you intend to go?
finish
in this
chapter
dream?
5, which is the dream world, and next episode will be Academia 500 AF, final boss, ending, paradox endings, and of course watched, not played, and the DLC cutscenes.
Alright.
So next
Then-
episode is going to be more talking.
So hopefully you can explain Caius when you meet him, right?
I guess so.
I can rely on you to explain that this is 700
Yeah.
AF and this is still Valhalla Caius, not 700 AF Caius, but he is witnessing. Yeah, you know, explain it, okay? I am entrusting you to explain that fuckery,
Okay.
which Caius you are dealing with and when. All right?
Okay. We'll do our best.
I will watch the VOD and I will correct you.
Wow. That isn't putting pressure in me at all. Okay.
All right,
We'll do our best.
Good
Best-
luck.
Best wishes
Take
to
care.
you. Take
Bye.
care, Says. Okay. Okay. That's a lot of pressure. I know Says is going to. I know Says is going to strangle me if I don't do this right.
If we get it wrong, we just blame time fuckery.
Okay, now you choose. So.
So wait, no, what's it mean? Who? It's gotta be who.
Who can't? Anyone I know?
Funny one, Sarah. Anyone I know.
Sarah at this point is.
Oh,
what the
thanks.
fuck,
I
man?
have dreamed everything that happened up until
Thanks,
now.
Mackie. That was helpful.
This whole segment
Sleeping like
is
a baby out there. You sure do have
creepy.
it easy, Sarah.
Yeah. I work hard too, you know?
I mean, I can go with that if you want.
Yeah.
What do you mean I have it easy?
That's so
I work as
sassy,
hard as
Sarah.
anyone else here. Being a teacher is a tough job, you know.
Whoa, easy.
Damn
there.
straight it is.
Almost sounds like you got a guilty conscience or something. Anyway, you better get a move on. You know who's waiting.
Voldemort.
No, who?
Half my family works or did work in schools, so
Stab me.
yes, respect to teachers.
Everyone is acting kind of strange.
Hey, there you are.
Welp.
Snow.
Himbo man.
Fake himbo man, but.
What? I'm not allowed
Fake
to hang
himbo
out
man,
in my
yeah.
own place?
He's got not horrible hair here.
You went looking for my sister. She left ages ago.
What are you talking about? Lightning hasn't gone anywhere that I know of.
What?
She's living right here with us ever since we got married, remember? Hey, you okay?
I
don't understand.
It's okay. Sarah, where are you going? Sarah!
I feel bad for Sarah
Anyway.
and the fake Snow.
I was gonna say, so any ways to treat your husband?
It's I mean, I know he's fake, but I feel like sad when he's like, hey there, when she's scared and he tries to ease to calm her down. I mean, we all know that's exactly how what Snow would do in real life.
Damn straight. He is a good husband.
Is this a dream world? Am I trapped? Am I the only one here?
Ah, there's
Is lightning here somewhere? Maybe snow? Am I really alone?
Oh look, there's someone on the pier. It's my wife!
Please, help me. Can't they hear me calling?
things with fake lightnings don't really. I mean,
yeah, they really need to stop fucking over the people that adore lightning with her image, don't they?
Is it really you?
Welcome home, Sarah.
they really have to go with that?
Why are you here?
Because you want me to be.
Because you want
Rude.
me to be.
You can see all your heart's desires come true.
Yeah, you want to be married to Snow, you want to have your sister there with you.
This is it. Your adventure's over.
You want to be having beach adventures with the Nora gang.
Sarah, come with me. Your family's waiting.
This scene screams the Phantom for me.
Family?
Yeah.
That's right. I'm home. My family are all here.
Yeah, interesting parallel that she's used
Within my heart,
against both
the truth still
Sarah
glinted
and
like a
Hope in
razor.
pretty much the exact same way.
This wasn't real. It was a dream. If I accepted it, my journey through time would end. But my sister was here. Snow was here. If I stayed, I would be with everyone I'd ever loved. This is what
Somewhere in the background, Nolan Moggs going,
rude!
rude!
I found my home. I'd found happiness.
Very subtle Square Enix.
I mean, obviously the answer's no, but personally I would choose to live in a world where lightning existed, because I am the lightning simp, but
No,
obviously
but
we can't end the game like that.
No, but really, lightning showing me a world of hope, and I'm like, and I'm like,
yeah.
and I have to breathe deep and go be like. And people say the thing between Light and Hope starts roughly TV Troops. The thing in Hope's entry, it says that the thing with between him and Hope, him and Lightning, started roughly in the second game, and I how many times we've talked about that the many moments that I mean she's not present, but does it matter?
Yeah.
The game is full.
Yeah. They are influencing the journey from behind the scenes. Lightning from
Valhalla.
From Valhalla, and Hope from
The
Pulse.
Physical War.
So Hope is driving the world forward, whilst Sarah and Noel are on their journey, whilst Lightning is kind of like the catalyst for their time travel journey and things like that, and the goal that they're trying to aim towards. So they are kind of interlinked in the way that the background of the story goes, whereas Sarah and Noel are just flitting around doing time. It's actually Lightning and Hope who are driving the background plot.
It's interesting. It's really interesting in narrative that Lightning, she's like the face of the game, of course. But she's in Valhalla doing her part to stop Caius and all of that.
Yeah.
Sarah and Noel are the protagonists. Of course, there's both of them have their own arcs. Noel more than Sarah.
Yeah.
And then we have the main goal, which is finding Lightning and then preventing the extinction, the mankind's extinction, you know. But it's like Cobb said. You remember the thing about the entire basis of 13-2 is Hope and the Academy. It's like this. It's like the stage. The real stage, and the real thing is the Academy led by Hope.
Well, yeah. Yeah, because like that has to happen. Like the entirety of the game is based. Well, once they actually uncover the fact that Cocoon's going to be destroyed, the entire focus is that they need to save humanity and launch the new Cocoon. We don't really pay attention to how that's happening all that often, other than popping in every so often. But that is what needs to happen. The time travel around it is consequential to that. The future is leading to the new Cocoon launching.
And to be fair, I mean, they couldn't stop the destruction of the world, but the salvation of mankind, that they achieve, even though the world is completely broken. But if not for Hope, the all of humanity would have been killed or warped at the initial chaos flood.
Yeah, the only future they actually managed to change really was from Noel's world of destruction to the new Cocoon being launched. That was the change that this entire game led to. So the entire game really went from changing Noel's future into Hope's future.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Makes me think of Academia having a bit of Noel's theme, like Seth said. Maybe it's another musical cue, I don't know.
It's the meme, I've connected the dots.
You haven't connected shit. I connect them. But yeah, I mean, I all these things makes me wonder how the game would have gone with Hope as a party member as originally conceived. Because I don't know what exactly would have changed. I mean, he would have so that this so aside from my thoughts, evidently he would have been freed of the time ban because, well, obvious. But I there's one scenario that happens in my mind regarding Hope. Imagine the first meeting with Hope if he was going to be the third party member. Imagine going into Yash's Massif, finding the prophecy about Lightning, and Hope's like, okay, I'm the director of the Academy, but see you guys, I'm off to time travel, I have things to attend in the future.
I mean, to be fair, the actual plot wouldn't have needed to change that much because obviously he was taken out of the story for 400 years and then another 100 years. So really, all they would have needed to do was like, right, we need to go to this time. Whilst we're in this time, I need to go and tell them what to do with regards to creating the new cocoon, blah, blah, blah. It might have just been that there would have been set sections where you might have had to go at certain points in time in order to influence the plot. So it might have been like, right, we found out this, now we need to go to here so that I can tell them how to create this or how to do that or whatever. It might have continued on pretty similarly to how they did it. I do think it's probably less complicated by taking him out of the equation as a playable character, but I think they would have still been able to do it. And it wouldn't have changed too much because the only difference between him sleeping for 400 years and ends up in 400 AF or time traveling and then end up in 400 AF is that he might have had more or less information about what was going on at the time. But he could have just slotted in there and they could have gone, oh yeah, so we've been building this planet, but we're not sure how to do this thing and levitate the planet. And even like, well, I've not been here for 400, but have you tried graviton cores? And I'd be like, oh, you're a genius, the director. Oh my god, what have we done without you? I've gone, no problems, I'll go get some for you and everything will be fine.
Yeah. Sad. But yeah. Anyways, let's say no.
Yeah, we don't need game over.
I couldn't do it.
I mean, I could get the paradox and some crystallium points, but fuck it. I think I'm level up enough.
Snow left his home and his friends. He traveled through time to save others. Hope worked feverishly to save Cocoon.
Snow left his home and his friends. Sarah, he left you as well.
Trapped in crystal, holding Cocoon in the sky. I couldn't desert them to live in this world of dreams. I couldn't betray them. Lightning, I'm so sorry. No! Don't give up. No. That's not my sister.
Phantom shit.
Who was that? And why is she trying to help me?
Around the time zone, it's spooky AF.
Spooky. I mean, not wrong.
Somebody is helping me, but no one's here.
See? Fuck it.
It's a dream world. Where the fuck are the Seath coming from?
That's a good question. I mean, the cockroaches I can understand. The Seath? Maybe they're part of a former Seath's dream? Oh, fuck. Oh, I got the cockroach. Another cockroach. For my collection of cockroaches. Of course, because the map is...
This map's the worst in the game, I swear.
Damn it all. Am I going the right way? Because I have a
I
knack.
have no idea.
I have a knack for getting lost. Of course, more Sith. Fuck you.
This map is the worst.
Sarah, can you please? Thank you. I see Chocolina over there. Chocolina is the most powerful entity in the universe.
Absolutely.
Ah! 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 Damn cockroaches.
I've said it before, but I still think that Chocolina should one day turn up into City of Final Fantasy Opera Omnia. But instead of being brought there by Materia or Spiritus, she ought to just appear and they both look at each other and go, I didn't bring you here. Did you bring you here? No, I didn't. Are you sure you didn't? And she's just there.
She
and
would
like,
be
how the
OP
fuck
as
did she get here?
If she ever gets to Opera Omnia, she has to be OP as fuck. Ah!
Damn straight.
This month is in Japan coming the Hope's Burst. Ah!
I know. I can't wait. I'm going to dig the game out again. I've not been playing it for a few weeks, but as soon as it was announced, I'm like, I need to start playing it again. I've had my break. I'm going back in.
I mean,
I have to go back in.
We won't get it in global until 6 months from now, but it's coming.
They're starting to catch. Aren't they starting to catch up though? Aren't they starting to speed up some of the events to try and get a little bit closer together? Because they've released a few events early in that, haven't they? And the story chapters are coming out a little bit quicker than they should be.
Yeah, I heard something about like when they released Lightning's Force. It was earlier than expected, so yeah.
Yeah.
I really should start working on that because I'm so getting Hope's Burst for. I mean, I don't care if I don't eat that month.
Yeah, I've got a few events that I can catch up on and start saving some things.
And we still don't know if it comes with his intersecting wills, and if it does, fuck.
I really hope that. Yeah, I'm hoping for some sort of story link, and not just like he's there and it's a special event and there's no actual story behind it.
Maybe it's someone else's story event. I think he was going to be. I mean, Garland's Force is coming with. Is coming to, and then Hope's Burst, and I don't know who else.
Yeah.
With. But maybe there's something about Garland. I don't know.
I didn't really pay much attention to the actual entirety of the message because it seemed to be more. I think it was not a press release, but just a data mine or something like that.
Mm.
I can't quite remember what it was. It was like a.
Oh,
yeah, it didn't really have any detail.
Can you imagine that for Hope's Burst they use either Divine Love or Almighty Universal?
Oh my god.
Because technically, I mean, there's Nabat now, but Nabat is not so much of an enemy. That's the closest thing. Well, we have Caius, but Caius, at the point we are in the story in Opera Omnia, he's not an enemy.
No.
And Nabat, well, she may act a bit like an enemy, but she's very minor at this point. The only major antagonist 13 has is Belsa, and the only representation we have is Hope. So it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird because technically, if we're speaking Force pairings, he's paired with her. He's paired with Elnarsha, who is one of the major villains in 11. So he's paired with an antagonist of other game.
Yeah.
So it's.
And I mean, there's not even really many antagonists they can bring in.
I mean, I know the thing's not Hope is not the antagonist of Lightning Returns or the trilogy. It's just that, well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vanille!
Vanille!
Hey, girl!
Vanille? Is that really you?
Well, that's a good question. Put it this way. It's the real me, but inside a dream. I'm still sleeping in the crystal pillar, you see. And you're dreaming away too. So it's like we're meeting inside each other's heads.
So this is a dream after all. But why did you come?
Because you needed help.
Fang!
Oh, you've never met Fang
Hey,
before,
babe.
have you?
We've come to pull you out of this fantasy of yours.
You're trapped in a dream that never ends.
Now
somewhere
this
in
is
the
a good
void
dream.
beyond. Without help, you'll never wake up.
And that, my girl, is why we're here.
Lesbian magic!
Come on, Fang.
Thank you.
We're just showing you a way out. You're the one who made the decision to wake up and leave this world. If you hadn't rejected the fake lightning, we would never have been able
The
to
fake,
reach you.
thank you game, the fake lightning.
I almost believed her. The fake lightning, I mean. But then I remembered my sister is fighting in Valhalla. Snow and Hope, they're fighting their own battles as well. Out of all of us, I was the only one who was running away from the truth.
That's all right. Because now it's your turn to help someone. You're not the only one who's trapped in a dream they can't wake up from.
You mean Noel? You need to go and find him. I reckon you can save him, Sarah.
Fang? Vanille?
Guess our time's up, huh?
Yes. We have to go back.
Shiny, sparkly, magical.
See you around.
Bye.
Eventually.
No. I'll save you.
So,
Great job, Sarah. Just dream up all the pretty girls.
I've heard people saying, questioning Hope's strength due to the episode with the Phantom, and I think that's so unfair.
Yeah, it's a little bit different to see your sister for like 2 minutes on a pier when you know that shit's fucked up. But then to be tortured for 20 years
Or so.
by an image or more that keeps when you're alone and you don't know what the fuck's going on, that's slightly different. Like Sarah knows there's something that's fucked up here and she's in this distortion or dream world for like a few minutes and she manages to reject lightning. Hope gets tortured by the image of lightning for decades, literally decades, and Benevelza deliberately makes all the people around him disappear, so he's also isolated. And yeah, he gets fucked over, and it still takes decades for him to fall and get trapped by the fake lightning. So like, he's not weak. If anything, he's strong as fuck.
Yeah.
Because like, personally, I would have submitted to a fake lightning well before that.
It's time to find Noel.
Hey, race or not, if like fake lightning had shown up before me and we were like, hey, I'm going to make all your dreams come true, I'd be like, let's go.
I met Vanille again. She saved me once 3 years ago, and today she came to help me. I owe her my life twice now. And I met Fang for the first time too.
I think it's kind of a
We only
testament
talked
of
a
how
while,
Hope
but she kind of reminded
knows
me of you.
lightning. The fact that
Even though
he
they're still
didn't,
trapped in crystal.
because
They reached
Sarah
out to me,
almost fell for
showed
it,
me a way out of my dream.
and
Yeah.
and it's a kind of a testament
day,
of how
I'm
much
going to pay them
you know
back.
when
I
the
promise.
the conversation with
I wonder what
Aoide.
kind of dream Noel is living in. Whatever it
when-
is, I'm going to wake him out of it.
when
and together, we'll
at
find
first
you,
there's the
Lightning.
notes that the researchers disappearing left, that the rose hair woman takes us with us, and what he tells Aoide is that I had my doubts because I couldn't believe that Light would kidnap anyone, and even so So it's a testament that Hope is not easily fooled, like he could imagine that's something wrong here. But when you're hammered by that sort of mindfuckery, it's really it's the whole Phantom episode is. Oh, I really wish we'd gotten the Chronicles of a Chaotic Era, the proper book, not just the Reminiscence of Hope. Because if we had gotten to read the whole thing as like in present time, present point of view with Hope, wow, that would have been. I mean, if it hits like a truck when it's just Hope's reminiscence about it, and he's pretty much at that point, Hope has steeled himself to retell these things as if he's disassociating, because fuck, if I had to retell that thing, wow. But he does. And
it's just a story that he's telling at that point, and it's not his experience. He's just trying to tell the story and get it out of the way. And yeah, it's creepy as fuck, the entire aspect of it. Even just hearing about it in a
very summarized,
in a disassociated way. Yeah, a very summarized and very disassociated way. It's horrifying.
Yes. Because
I mean, that's not even on top of the physical torture, just the mental torture that Hope went through prior to the game.
It was bad enough. It was terrible enough when Japanese Lanterns came out, and we got the translations, and we realized Hope was tortured basically at least 150 something years because I have some other calculations going on there, but basically almost 2 centuries. And everyone was, what the fuck, mate? And then the novel came, and we realized that there had been a mental torture for Hope that managed to break him. And of course, yes, when he learns that Universal planned to do this and that with Lightning, he snaps. Not that helped much. It's when he starts to plan, to design Keikaku. But I remember when the translations were coming up, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? and then of course the first thing I did was writing a short thing about the Phantom.
Yeah, because I mean, I just find it horrifying. The mindfuckery stuff is always really just, and like and it's also brushed over in the entire plot, both the physical and the mental torture that Hope went through. It's just something that happened and they barely address it, and because he's not the POV character, we don't see it in the game, and then in the novel we get a little bit of glimpse of it, but it's just him saying, this happened to me. And it doesn't go into like how it affected him, the emotions that he felt, that sort of thing, because he's just trying to tell it as a news article pretty much to our editor. And it's just I really so wish we'd gotten the whole novel that had been focusing on that. It would have been so dark.
At the same time, there's still that the darkness in Reminiscence, in the fact that first there's the note that Hope is an independent researcher. That means that he works alone. Something that up until then he had the team. Always worked in a team, but not anymore. He works alone, which is something he's not. Many people gloss over that, and they have Hope in the New World, writing him as in a team of researchers, and that's one thing that really irks me, because it's so important that the novel went. I mean, took the effort to underline that he was an independent researcher.
Yeah, and he's also he's not like a technical scientist anymore either. He's a social scientist as well.
Well, that's basically that's basically inheriting the mantle of his father. Bartholomew was a social scientist.
Yeah, people instantly think of Hope as being like the technical genius because he built an entire fucking planet, but he is actually multi-level genius because he also built a fucking society. But in the New World, he's an independent researcher, but he focuses on the society and not the technology. So it's almost a complete flip, where he's gone from being the leader of a technically focused academy to now being an independent social scientist. It's like a complete reversal of his specialities.
Makes sense, to be fair, because we know how OP is Hope in engineering and crafting. Though I don't doubt that he still works when he's free time or whatever in his devices and stuff. He's just like that, I guess.
My personal headcanon is he occasionally creates a new patent, drops it on someone else's lap, and goes, "Give me the money, I want to live on my own terms."
Yeah, that's a good headcanon. But I understand the social science switch in a sense that maybe it's a way of observing and understanding mankind without mingling with them. Because there's inevitably a wall that is going to separate Hope from mankind forever.
Also, it makes sense with what he went through with Benevelza, because obviously Benevelza couldn't see the hearts of mankind, couldn't see what made humans humans. So Hope is now, his area of study in the New World is what makes humans humans. Because he can actually see that, because he is not Benevelza, he is Hope. He does have the ability to read people's hearts.
Yeah, but...
And he is now studying what makes humans humans.
It's like in a sense, it's kind of inheriting what Benevelza wanted, because we're not going to treat Benevelza as the mwahaha evil villain.
No.
Benevelza genuinely wanted to understand. It's just that his methods were questionable.
Yeah. But it's also a bit of a fuck you to Benevelza, because he's like, haha, you couldn't do this, but I can.
I'm wondering a bit of if there's a bit of that. I from reminiscence I get from Hope that feeling of isolation, like in the Ark. It's weird. It's like not stated in the novel, but
however, it does directly say that he's lonely.
Well, yeah, but yeah.
She's like, well, she directly says, like, you know, you haven't found lightning yet, and she's like describes that he looks lonely. But it's like seeping off of him.
That's his answer. Maybe I think it's I think it's really powerful when he says maybe. He doesn't want to. He doesn't commit to telling anyone, especially a stranger, about that. And Aoide mentions that his expression doesn't change. It's just the expression in his eyes, and it's true that Hope really speaks through his eyes a lot.
Yeah, that's why when I read it, I tried to make it sound wistful, and not like deliberately sad or deliberately like encouraging. I tried to make it sound wistful because, like, I just think that he doesn't want to confirm or deny.
we've got like we're talking Lightning Returns and we're 13-2.
That's because we started on the Phantom. We started talking about Phantom, Rosehead Phantom. Which, if you haven't read the novels, you might not even realise is a thing in Lightning Returns.
We'll be ranting about the Phantom in Lightning Returns. Oh god.
Yes. And the novel, a lot.
And the novel.
Which is why I need to finish. Which is why I need to finish recording it. Because yes, I am also creating an audiobook of the novel because the novel is not very well released. So look forward to that.
Lightning.
I've never done one before, so it's going to be shit. But hey.
It's all thanks to Noel. That's why when I reach Valhalla, I want him with me. So here I am, inside the memory of a lost future. I've come to lead Noel away from this cold, distant world.
Sarah has a tendency to trip when coming out of the time gates, poor girl.
Mood.
The dying world 700AF is, at first, before you clear it up, is so fucking creepy.
Yeah. This is even creepier than the beach.
Oof. I take look the red sky and we've got a question in the chat. Where can I find the novel recordings? I would love to hear it.
Don't exist yet. I'm in the process of recording them right now. I have the prologue and the first chapter done. I'm trying to record the entirety of the novel because it's not got an official release. So I'll do some more work on it this week while I'm off work. So I want to get it so that when we do need to reference it, if we need to, instead of like somebody having to try and dig out the various translations that are around to the internet and scattered in various places, and reading it, which I know is not necessarily an accessible thing for some people. Some people aren't really capable of reading even a novella. It's just not the way their brain works. So from an accessibility point of view, it'd be nice to have an audio recording, which is what I'm trying to provide, because it is quite plot heavy. And because it's not officially released in English, I don't think it would break any copyrights either if I just create a recording of it. Unlike, say, the other novels, I wouldn't want to do a recording of those because they've got official English releases. But yeah, Reminiscence doesn't have an official English release. So for accessibility reasons, both for the actual physical accessibility and for people's accessibility, yeah, I'm trying to do another recording of it. So yeah,
but we do have all the novels in our Discord and some material. So maybe I can put in the Discord invite in case anyone is interested. Let me. Give me a moment. I'm going to drop it on chat. Oh, we have to update. Oh. I have to update Discord after that. Anyway, give me a moment. There we go. Okay, so that. we have all of them in the Citations channel, along other many things. But we have basically created the citations channel for these things to have them at hand for lore divers and people who want to really understand the trilogy and stuff. Because regrettably, I mean, I wouldn't say the novels are an obligated read, except Reminiscence. Reminiscence is pretty much Yeah, you need reminiscence to really get it.
Yeah. Yeah, Reminiscence has got, it really ties up the third game, whereas the others there are some bits and pieces, I think, in the other novels that I think do explain things a lot clearer and do clarify some things.
And sometimes it leaves you with more doubts, like episode 0, fucking episode of Hope, controlling the damn Fal'Cie. Fuck you.
Yeah, some of the character motives and things like that are a lot clearer thanks to the novels. And even like Alyssa's whole story, like, and how she's the absolute worst. That's clearer thanks to the novels as well.
She's, I mean, she went for going a basic bitch to a rather complex bitch. So
yeah,
and it's like Seth says that as a character, as a villainous character, she's really well done, because Caius is more like the antagonist, but he isn't really evil. He's just tired and sad and done, but he's not evil. However,
yeah, he's more an anti-hero.
But Alyssa, it's not just that she's there's something wrong in her head. Who am I to talk? Really, when I'm on meds. But it's a different sort of not wrong in the, not right in the head. I think I'm not a sociopath yet. And there's this thing about Alyssa that makes her more terrifying in a sense, because she's a scientist. She's a brilliant scientist, but she's normal. She's a normal person, like the one you could meet on in the street, and you wouldn't suspect it's that, like that. You know, it's more realistic.
Yeah, when you see her in game, you kind of click there's something wrong with her, because the game isn't subtle about the fact there's something wrong with her. So you go through all this thing, you just know there's something wrong, and then she appears and then she like betrays everyone at the end, and that's all you really see in game. So you know that she's a villain. You've seen her like being sus as fuck throughout the entire game, and then she does actually betray anyone, and she gives the reasons why she's betrayed you, you know, because she wants to live, because in the other timeline she died, and that's all you think. You think, okay, yeah, she was the bad guy all along, no problem, I get that. But then in the novels, where it describes that she knows what she's doing, she's very calculated about what she's doing, she doesn't care about who she hurts, she doesn't care the fact that her friend is going to die in her place if she manages, or has already died in her place thanks to the timeline twisting. She doesn't understand why they care about fixing the timeline. She doesn't understand why Hope would try to save her even though she's betraying him, because you know she doesn't understand the compassion and the care behind the decisions that other people are making. All she cares about is that she wants to live, and she will do that under any means necessary. And she knows that what she's doing is going to cause mass destruction and going to kill people, and she doesn't care that she needs to kill people because she wants to survive. And her whole mindset through the entirety of it, and like, yeah, she just doesn't understand why people would do things for other people when it would negatively affect themselves. And it's very, yeah, it adds a depth to her, but the depth makes her even worse.
Yeah. But as an antagonist and as a foil to Hope, she's excellent.
Yes.
And
it does make her.
She's also kind of like a foil to Lightning in terms of their interactions, relationship with Hope.
Yeah. Because like near the end of her section, like Hope still tries to save Alyssa. He still because at the end of the section, it's like, you know, you were still at, like, I knew that you were two-faced. I knew that you were selfish, etc. But you were a good researcher, so I wanted to save you because you were a good researcher. It's almost nothing personal. It's like, you did a great job. I want to give you your Christmas bonus or something. But he doesn't take offense to the fact, and he knew that she was being duplicitous and that she was trying to, and it's like, yeah, whatever. You did a good job. It's quite
He's quite practical.
But he still tries to save her because she still existed, and he's like, if we do the calculations right, we can manage to save you without destroying the world, maybe. And then she fucks it up because she decides to kill him instead, and he would have actually managed to save her. That's why she then disappears, because by destroying him, she destroys herself. So when she kills him, she then disappears. So he would have actually found a way to save her without destroying the entire timeline, because he's clever as fuck and he is that person. But by killing him, she then destroyed the chance that she had for him to save her, and it's like, well, you fucked that up, girl. And it's a nice little cycle.
She doesn't get to kill him though.
Well, she does. Well, she shoots him, and the moment she shoots him, the timeline where he managed to save her disappears because she's killed him, and then he doesn't actually get shot because she's no longer exists to shoot him. It's a time fuckery little moment that happens in the novels that I'm sure Cess would be screaming at right now if she was here. But yeah, when she shoots him, she destroys the timeline where she survives, and then she's no longer able to shoot him, and it becomes a nice little its own paradox thing. And she's there screaming in her head going, what the fuck, why did that just happen? No, how could you do that to yourself?
And basically it's kind of symbolic when you it's kind of symbolic. XIII-2 is quite symbolic with the hope references. In this game we have to think of hope as the verb sort of, because it's quite symbolic that the moment any hope Alyssa had to survive dies when she tries to kill Hope. I mean, yeah. It's
yeah.
It's like that. She's killing Hope. So, I mean, you know how it's, you know how I rant about the process of the humanization Hope went through being the director and everything and becoming leader of mankind. Mankind later. It irks me, but not because it's bad written. It's because it's too well written and it's scary. Because and it's scary. It's so sad and so fucking lonely. It's another sort of, I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a torture. It's, when you think of Hope, back on Hope's life and experiences, there's so much sorrow. All because he wanted people to be happy, and it feels like it's like this thing, you know, when you say other people are so happy around, and it almost seems like it's Hope giving away everything he has, so he's left with nothing. And it's like,
and he's been doing that since he was 14. Like, everything that he's done since then has been for other people.
It feels like almost a price to pay for the future and the world he dreams.
Yeah. And like the other crew did it as well, but the other crew managed to, like, they were 18, 21, 19, 20, 30, 40, however, you know, they all got to at least, well, except for Lightning, who obviously also gave up everything of her own happiness when she was 15, when she gave up everything for herself to take care of Sarah, which is also why Lightning and Hope relate to each other, and why they're linked together
to,
throughout the trilogy.
They relate to in the fact in 13-2 in the novels when we learn that both of them chose to bear the burden out of a sense of atonement. First, Tetra guilt-tripping Lightning, and Hope by reading the list of all the casualties, not just by the fall of Cocoon, but also when they were on the run, they killed people.
Yeah, all the soldiers they killed, all the people who died during Cocoon's fall, he reads the names and memorizes them.
And for Hope is sort of an atonement.
I am a boomerang today.
That's alright, we were just talking about Time Factory.
We were talking about Hope. It seems you've come...
I felt like, okay, I need to wrap things up quickly because I remember 700 AF Caius is kind of important. I need to be here. I'm here.
Well, you saved my life.
We haven't even got to him yet.
I know, I checked because if you had and I had gotten past him, I would have like, okay, I'll wait until Thursday. But now like, I didn't miss my shot, so here I am.
Our little our tangent worked very well then.
No problem. Too easy, in fact. I got bored.
Yes, you are ready to become the one true guardian.
Why does there have to be one true guardian? I don't get why I have to replace you.
Because, Noel, that is the way. You are ready to challenge me to...
But Caius really gonna just shove the Heart of Etcher into Noel and peace out.
Pact passes to you. Just as I once defeated my predecessor.
What happened
1700 years ago.
I killed him. That is the law of the Guardians. There can only be one. Noel,
This
place.
when Noel called himself a guardian because he is not a guardian. He did not fulfill the criterion.
I want to fight you, not kill you.
This is important too because Noel has never killed a human being, and throughout this game, neither Sarah nor Noel kill any human being. The first time Noel kills a human being is when Caius forces him to stab him. And that's...
So can I have my 700 AF Caius? Wow, I really got here right in the nick of time. 700 AF Caius. This is a Caius who's been alive for at least 1700 years. He has lost minimum... Let me see my document. Yeah, he's lost about... Oh shit, yeah. Yule death math. Minimum 100, that's where we're at, 100 Yules. During this game alone, he has lost 45 Yules. Ever since he started taking care of Yule, he has been taking Yule away from the Farseer tribe after she receives her first vision, because they don't want a repeat of the Padran civil war. They figured it was better to just keep Yule away from society and let him deal with all the missions. And that's why there are no Oracle drives after he becomes immortal. They become a duo that walks around alone. But one Yule asks him that the last Yule who can't possibly make any difference for the future, because there is no future, humanity is dying out. That last Yule, can she live a life within a society, live and grow up among people? Can that Yule have a normal life? And he's a guardian. Caius always does what Yule wants. That's his thing. So that's why this Caius is the first... This is the first time, in like 1700 years that he lives in a society, even though that society is like slim to none now. So yeah, but he's still lives with the rules that, yeah, I want to get rid of this fucking heart. I want this to be over with, and the only way for that to happen is for someone to best me. And Yule has seen Noel. He has fought Noel in the past, like in Urba 200. He has fought Noel. He knows Noel is good. So he has been waiting until 700 AF when he meets Yule and thinks like, yeah, I'll train him, and then he'll kill me. It'll be fine. That's solid. He did not consider the fact that Noel would say like, no, we can be guardians together. And he's like, no, that's not how this works. That's not how you do this. But that's where we're at now. Noel doesn't understand this at all. Noel is just, yeah, but you're my friend. And he's like, no, you're my killer. You're my... Their relationship, they are not on the same wavelength at all. Caius is somehow even worse at this talking to people thing than the boy growing up at the absolute end of civilization. And another fun detail, Ballad is the name of the guardian he killed. He said it really like flippantly, like, yeah, I killed the last guardian. But he did honor that guardian by taking his last name. So you can... It's not that unlikely that they had a somewhat similar bond. That this Ballad also trained Caius. And then it was Caius' turn to take over.
Ironic that Christ and Caius sounds very similar.
Yeah. So, no, Caius. Yeah, so that's where 700 AF Caius is at. His plan is still, this is plan A. It's not a good plan, but he hasn't been to Valhalla yet. He doesn't know that everything that's happened that has brought him here has been engineered by him from Valhalla. He doesn't know this. He has just been waiting for 700 AF for the last Yule to have a normal life and to find a hunter that can take his place and kill the goddamn heart. And then Noel said no. So Caius went over to plan B, and that was going straight to Valhalla and kill the goddess. And then plan C, once he saw all the timelines, plan C
He's one of these guys
like,
with alphabet list of plans like Hope.
Yeah. And the best part is they can intermingle pretty well. Like, he did manage to crash Cocoon and make Noel kill him, so it was like a double whammy. But that's this Caius. This Caius is not Valhalla bonkers.
You can't do this. I need more time before I can beat you. You can't just leave like that. I wanted to get stronger than Caius, so I began training with swords. I'd never beat him at his own style, so I went with 2 blades.
I love that logic. I can't beat with 1 sword, so I'll use 2.
Can't argue with that.
What's better than...
That is such teenage boy logic.
What's better than 1 gun, 2 guns?
Caius Ballad, I wanted to stand at your side.
Noel, you did not understand the assignment.
But you, Caius, you left before I had the chance.
Oh boy. I feel like now we've done this game chronologically. We've gone from start to finish Caius's journey. Yes. Got it.
And sort of hopes.
And sort of hopes.
Come on, Noel.
I recognize those pants.
Hey, I'm back.
Hi, Noel. How was the hunt?
Oh, I bagged a huge one. I wanted something special for tonight.
You mean for my birthday? So you remembered.
How could I forget? Tonight's feast will be the
How
best.
could I forget there's only 3 people left in the world?
I wish we could have more people, like in the old days. Maybe a party with just 3 people will be kind of depressing.
No, it won't. It'll be lots of fun.
Kai
As long
doesn't
as you
get
and
it.
Caius come,
He doesn't
be
get that
great.
these two genuinely wanted
if you
him
say
there. Not as a guardian, but as their mentor and just person they enjoyed having around.
Yeah.
Yule! I was nothing but a disappointment. In the end, I couldn't save you. I couldn't accept her fate, or forgive Caius for leaving. But more than that, what I truly couldn't forgive was myself and my own helplessness.
He's got his baggage too.
Caius is like, damn, I thought I was getting myself a killer, but instead I got you all a boyfriend. I'm noping out.
Yeah, I think
Well,
Caius
you ready to kill me?
probably thought that they would be
No, I'm not.
better off just 2 of them.
Today's Yule's birthday, Caius. It's not the time for this. Look, I will fight you, but not to the death. And not until tomorrow. After I win, I'll receive the power of the Guardian.
You don't
Then we can leave
understand.
this place and protect Yule together.
Leave and go where?
To wherever other people are living, of course. I know. There are more people out there somewhere.
Really?
If we find them, you
Can
will
just
have
this
to
is like a-
feel how
She'll feel
tired
happy
Caius
again.
must be.
That is a vain
Yeah.
hope in view of all people.
Looks like a world full of life to me.
But there must be something we could do.
There is one thing. Kill me.
Kill me.
Not this again.
He's a broken
heart of
record.
chaos beats in my chest. A manifestation of XIII. Should this heart stop beating, the goddess will die once again. When the goddess dies, the chaos of Valhalla is unleashed. The chaos has the power to warp the timeline and destroy the past.
You think if Noel had actually killed him in the past, it would have just been an eternity of just Noel and Yule.
I'm not killing you.
If you cannot, you must die instead.
Which is fucked.
Ouch. And he launches, which is the most rude thing.
So weak.
Huh. Oh, interesting.
Ah, it's Chaotic Guardian.
It's Chaotic Guardian.
Makes sense though,
Because
because
it's not real, Caius.
yeah, it's a dream.
To live is without meaning.
Everything's connected.
If If it's the wrong fire, it's the wrong Caius.
It's as I feared. You are too weak.
I don't understand you, Caius. This talk of killing you and destroying the past. Do you think any of that will make Yule happy? Do you really?
I don't want to please her. I want to save her.
Where are you going? You're going to leave us just like that?
He's gonna lurk in the shadows.
I will kill the goddess and set you free.
He drops plan A. Plan A is officially scrapped.
That's how Caius came to abandon us and made Yule and I the last two humans left in the world.
You know what that means? Oh god. Not the Yule guitar, fucking hell.
Naturally. It's interesting though that he does return to get Yule's body. So he has at least 2 trips to Valhalla, or he just teleported himself somewhere else.
Because if I recall correctly, this cutscene, Yule's body vanishes, and maybe it goes to Valhalla, and Caius picks it up. I mean, we'll see in a moment.
Figured when she disappeared that it could be an aspect of
It was over before I knew what was happening.
his dream.
Hey, Yule, are you okay?
No. It's strange. I knew all along this day was coming, but I'm still not ready to say goodbye. I wish we could stay together. I'll miss you, Noel. You don't have to cry. We will meet again.
Oh, poor babies.
Or Caius did a really quick dip in and out. Snatched her.
Died. I finally learned the truth about the Farseers and the fate of their Seeress. Each time a Seeress sees a vision of the future, she loses a piece of her life. She dies while she is still young. That is the price to be paid for Etro's gift. I didn't know any of this. Caius chose to keep the secret from
That statue's supposed to be yours.
I couldn't forgive him for that. He knew all along what Yule's
Because
fate
Yule
would be.
wanted it that way.
No.
He has a lot of misunderstandings.
Suspicious Oracle Drive.
I left on my journey.
Yeah, that's the final Oracle Drive that she left, and it's the one that's in Lightning Returns, isn't it?
Then I'd have the power I would need to change Yule's fate.
Oh, that's the
So
dust.
I set my sights on Valhalla, the home of the goddess.
Appropriate.
As I searched for Valhalla, I realized something. If it brought Yule the happiness she deserved, I didn't care what happened to me. If I died, so be it. Maybe somewhere deep down, below the layers of numbing pain, I wanted to fade away from this world completely. Ranks of obsidian mountains pierce the
Her
heavens.
super fast running animation is so weird.
No matter how far I walked,
It's like the only place you can actually run long enough to see it.
how long I waited, the gate of the goddess didn't open.
Excuse me. Ah, here you are. He looks well for being half-starved.
Looks hella good for being starved to death.
It's slower, and for the first time I felt the hand of death reach out for me. I knew it was coming, and I didn't resist.
I mean, we've only known him being starved to death throughout the entire game, really, technically, because he went to Valhalla while starved to death, so perhaps he was actually really, really buff beforehand.
You've been living in a dream, Noel. You're happy here, and you would be forever. But I've come to take you away from it.
This scene is basically the most ship leaning into in the fucking game.
Dreams have to end sometime. You've helped me wake from mine.
And I don't ship Sarah and Noel, but
Stick together, Noel. I've got no one else I can count
There
on
is
but
material.
There is material.
They do have some nice chemistry-laden moments, but they just don't really pan out because you know that they've both got love interests. So
Other
they
love
do
interests
have
that are stronger. But if they
Yeah.
hadn't, so
Oh yeah, they've got a fantastic relationship. I absolutely adore the way that they have Snow and Sarah in this game. It's such a deep relationship. I can get behind it 100%. I love the fact that I can get behind it platonically because of the fact they have ultimate love interests, and I do think that they've created the platonic side of it to be very well, that you can see it as a platonic relationship even though there are bits and pieces that are very romantically coded.
Yeah.
I think that they've done a very good balancing job of it, and I appreciate it a lot for this game.
Let's go, Noel. It's time to change the future.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I can't.
But I can genuinely believe that these two have developed a real friendship throughout this game. He is absolutely going to be the maid of honor at her whole wedding.
Yes.
It's a curse.
Lebro is going to be so pissed.
You died when she was
Yeah.
only 15.
Lightning is going to be
Seeing the
relieved
timeline exacts a terrible toll on the body.
because she's going to be best man. No,
Don't push Hope away like that.
Hope has already escaped the building.
You're okay right now. You haven't seen as much as Yule has. Not yet, anyway. But that could change.
Yeah, I don't care if Snow's going, hey, we were bros for 500 years. He's on my side of the bridal party. And she's like, fuck you, he's on my side.
The more we change the timeline, the more history changes. And the more you
She's like, you can have Fang.
the sooner the vision will destroy you. I know that I wasn't able to protect Yule. But try as I may, I can't remember what happened to her. It's like the memories of that moment have been erased from my mind, leaving an empty page. If only I'd known the truth earlier.
Which one?
Well, I know that Sarah would probably say B. I'm actually quite interested in X, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me, if I die, what will happen to me?
You'll be dead.
Whenever Yule died, she was reborn over and over. But I don't know if it'd be the same for you.
Guess we'll never know.
Sarah.
It's okay. No matter what, I'll keep going. Just you watch. I promise. If we hurry, we just might do it in time. Then I wouldn't have to have any more visions. I'm going to believe that I get to Valhalla. What else can I do? Which means this conversation is now over.
Okay.
If,
I'm going to make
to
sure
be
you get
fair, considering the whole thing you and Caius have, Noel is pretty much Sarah's guardian.
Yeah,
I was just about to say, technically, he is the last guardian because he's her last guardian. He's her guardian.
Yeah, he almost got it right. I delved into the Reddit master post of XIII-2 plot holes, inconsistencies, and FAQs. I do that sometimes when I get the plan A, B, and C messed up because, like you said, Cell, if he had only managed to get the heart of Echo pierced by no there in 700 AF, he would only have freed one Yule. Apparently, at some point he realized that plan B was also necessary because we are dealing with the trifecta of confusion again. He needs someone to kill the heart. Caius needs someone to kill the goddess heart, but he also needs to be in Valhalla and kill the goddess soul, which is what Lightning is guarding.
He tries to make Lightning stab him in the heart. You remember in the opening?
That was kind of taunting. I think he needs both. I think after he defeats Lightning, it is presumed that he significantly weakens Etro and/or kills her soul.
Well, yeah, because Valhalla is all timelines, and we know that Etro is missing, so we know that Etro is actually kind of already dead. We know that she's dead because Caius has killed her, but he also has yet to kill her because it's all time puffery.
Yeah, so ultimately, Plan C, flooding Etro's gate. By flooding her gate with enough death in her fragile state, she would be unable to hold back the chaos from the unseen realm. This would completely kill her. So the Etro is just she split herself up all over the place and just messes things up and makes things complicated for everyone.
Right, I'm going to put my eyes here, I'm going to put my heart here, I'm going to put my liver there, I'm going to put my small intestine over there.
The balls of Etro.
Yeah, so he needs to kill Etro to free the Yules from the past because they are still suffering. And he also wants to die. That's awesome. That's all like a cherry on top where he wants to die.
All things considered, considering what happens with whenever Etro gives some of her limbs, organs to anyone, Hope kind of got away with that. I mean, like, yeah, the goddess hates me, but you know what? I prefer to be hated by the goddess.
At least you didn't get a cursed body part.
Unless you count the blood. Or the DNA. Technically, he kind of got all of them.
Kind of. He time travel. He has. He has premonitions.
You're the reason we've made it this far.
Come on, Noel. You're not just the future boy anymore.
Oh,
you're part of my time period as
It seems to have got the packaging, but not the contents of the box.
I'm so glad this document... I found this document after I created my own essay, and they contacted me afterwards and were like, do you want to expand our document? Because you found things on your own, like, yeah, we're all on the same page here with guys and going too deep into things. But yeah, exactly, he did not create paradoxers or anything or think about going to Valhalla until 700 AF when Noel refused to kill him.
Yeah, he's still on the paradoxes are bad and they will kill my Yules.
Let's be real. 700 AF Caius would not like post Valhalla Caius. He would despise post Valhalla Caius for what he did. Because post Valhalla Caius decided that it was worth shortening a lot of Yule's lives for the bigger picture, which only he can see because he got 4D vision in Valhalla.
And I mean, did he even technically save all the Yules? Because he's only really saved the last one. Because all the rest of them are still holding the chaos, still helping him guide the souls.
The final Yules.
I think it's kind of... I'd like to think that they're at peace. They are not stuck in between anymore. They are more like in one place.
Yeah.
All hundreds of them.
Yeah. But except for that final one, they're all now stuck on the same task as Caius, which is
tragic too.
Guiding the cycle of the souls.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a good fate, but I'd like to think and hope that it's better than the limbo they were in.
Yeah. At least they get to say hey to
I
the
find
souls
it kind of funny how the last showdown between Noel and Caius basically goes, okay, you can have one. He's like, I want a duel, and he's like, yeah, you can. I'll keep my 100, you can have one.
You can have the girlfriends, I'll keep the rest of them, thanks. You're only allowed one girlfriend, you're not allowed 160.
You can have one.
Yeah, you can be monogamous.
Yule saw the future that Noel fights to protect. She believed that someday they would see each other once more.
It's a long journey.
You don't have to cry. We will meet again.
Yule.
I want to think that image is the new world.
Yes.
Yeah, I was just about to say that's like the only other glimpse we get of the new world.
I find him again.
Yeah.
That's right.
Come on. Let's change the future.
The Oracle Drive.
Hey.
He's back.
I think he got scared and was hiding here all the time.
Had been sealed up somewhere inside the void beyond. Although he could see everything we did, he couldn't make us see him.
Lies, I was seeing
He
Mog
said
follow
lightning
me
came to
every
rescue
time.
him, and that's how he got back to us. Then,
Aww.
Mog told us he had a message from my sister. It was the truth about Caius.
We need to talk, Kubo.
Borg always carrying the messages.
We need to talk.
Mog,
True.
tell us what you know.
Kubo! I know all about Caius, Kubo. The Farseer Guardians were given a mission. They had to protect the Cirrus. They were Lassie, Kubo.
How does Lightning know all the? Oh yeah, 4D vision. I was just about to say, did they sit down for tea in Valhalla whilst he gave her his life story? But no, yeah, sorry, 4D vision.
And he's not a Lassie anymore, Kubo.
It's her
Freed him.
We were Lassie.
No, it's not the same. It's very much not the same.
Kubo. But Caius became immortal too. He's lived for centuries and centuries at the side of the Cirrus. He protects her always, the Undying Guardian, Kubo.
He's heard every prophecy that the Seeress has seen. He knows the entire timeline.
But he only
His
knows
memories
one
of his
timeline
immortality
in
give him
700
tremendous
AF.
power. Someone like
Which
him
must
can
be kind of
easily move through
confusing.
history and
Confusing.
bend or mold events as he wants.
Kubo. So, he's been plotting for centuries.
Yes. He's been behind everything from the very beginning.
Not exactly, no, but...
The enemy is. It's up to us to stop him.
But that'll do. For the regular...
Yes, it's close enough, I guess.
At the end of time, Kubo.
I mean, you all know I'm going to have a... I want to smack Noel every time he says, I only knew one Yule, and that was enough.
And Caius,
I want
really, bitch?
Really, bitch?
This is just the beginning.
My 17-year-old teenage crush on your daughter is more important than your generations and generations of looking after your daughters.
And at last, I know the truth. It doesn't matter how tough
And
the going
Caius has
gets
said,
now.
like, every Yule
I know I can
acts
face
differently,
any
have
challenge.
different personalities, had different
found it, Lightning.
opinions, had different views on their
midst of
fate.
despair.
Very subtle, Sarah.
But he knew one Yule. He knew one Yule, and that Yule was the one thing, and therefore Noel has knowledge of what every Yule wants ever.
To be fair, that one Yule is enough for Noel. So he's kind of correct.
Yeah, but... Yeah.
Yeah. And Noel has no idea about all the Yules living in limbo that Caius wants to free. He doesn't care, he just wants his Yule.
Yeah.
Looks a lot like my era.
I wonder if anyone is here.
Let's look. No doubt about it.
Rest in peace, Nora gang.
Time period. This is
Once
far
again.
in the future, after mankind is gone.
This can't be the fate the world is moving towards.
Oh no, it's worse. In a sense, I was going to say earlier when in The Boy the Young, in a sense, since Etra broke the world, this game actually ends on a positive note because it was going to break anyways. Ends on a positive note in a sense because Hope managed to at least get mankind safe.
Yeah. It's the best outcome, really. We're just tricked into believing that we could somehow avoid this fate that they dangled in front of us from the very beginning. Because usually in games you can save the world. That's kind of the standard. If the world is about to break, you can usually save the world at the end of a game.
Or at least save the entirety of humanity.
Okay. I will comment on something that always amuses me after the cutscene. Hey, Light.
Hey, babe.
Lightning? What are you doing here?
This is a future that I could not save.
Is that really you, Lightning?
Do you doubt me? No, it's good to doubt. You're growing up.
I knew it. It is you, isn't it? I've been looking everywhere for you. Where have you been? What was that dream you made me see? Why did you make me come out here?
Just listen, Sarah. I'll explain everything. Everything that's happened to me in the past, and about the one who wants to destroy the future.
They're actually no longer older sister or younger
More
sister.
than one miracle took place that day.
Yeah, Sarah.
Cocoon was saved by Fang and Vanille's sacrifice.
Twins in the new world.
We awoke from our crystal
my vote.
sleep, and our brands were gone.
It was Etro's blessing that was our salvation.
Don't gaslight yourself, girl.
A gate opened into the unseen realm, and through it, the goddess gifted us with her mercy.
Know what that is, Dodge? That's our home, Cocoon. Must be your first time seeing it from the outside, huh?
Yeah.
Cocoon.
Daddy!
It reminded me of you.
Baby!
Why I had to go on.
I felt a whirlwind of emotions.
You're the reason I'm standing here
A
right
large
Oh,
part
the
of it
gaslight
was happiness,
girl boss.
and relief was there
To
too.
gaslight.
But somewhere inside, I still felt uneasy. Vanille and Fang were gone, and the world hung in silence. Our fight had just ended, but I couldn't relax.
They weren't subtle pairing them up.
A new battle was about to
everyone
begin.
Up in this cutscene either.
What is that? Watch out!
Thank you, Etro.
The events of that day tore open a portal to another world.
Get off me!
And from the depths of the rift appeared a darkness that had no place in our world. An irresistible force that dragged me away to the edge of time. The screams of the dying had unlocked a gate. A door that led directly to the throne of the goddess. Etro waited beyond the gate and sent her miracles to the human world. But a creeping darkness slipped through and threatened to devour our reality. Etro closed the gate and warped the timeline. Time's flow was altered, and existence itself was distorted. I was lost. The darkness caught me in its embrace and wrote me out of history.
Ouch. That fucking couch.
The way she was falling also kind of reminiscent of the way she feels at the end of Lightning Returns as well.
Yeah.
Where am I? Valhalla. Beyond time. Beyond life and death. A netherworld of shifting gloom. The chaotic realm of the goddess Etro. What power had brought me to this alien shore?
And here comes Etro.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
From Valhalla's heart, I could track the entire span of time. I gazed upon the future of mankind and sensed Etro's divine will.
Yeah, Etro's divine will. You've killed, so you deserve to atone for eternity. That's Etro's will. Fucking hell.
How many young girls have you killed, Etro?
Wow!
The goddess was fading away. If her spirit should cease to be, the world would descend into entropy.
All of the visual budget.
I made my choice. I will fight.
We have to talk about the choice.
This man, Caius Ballad, he seeks to destroy all hope and bring an end to the future.
Another shot.
Though the battle might be endless, I will
Very
never give up.
strategic.
Etro has chosen us, her champions, and we cannot fail.
Her champions?
It all started with Valhalla, is that right? Whatever came from there created the paradoxes, caused the gates to appear, and twisted the timeline.
Lightning, what did you see?
I don't know. It was an enormous power, something that shouldn't exist in this world. Only Etro can control the power and keep it contained in Valhalla. If she were to disappear, there would be nothing to stop it. And that's what Caius wants. He plans to find Etro sleeping in her temple, kill her, and release the power. The chaos would be unleashed into the world of humans, into our world, through the unseen gate.
A gate?
When a person dies, Her soul flies to the other world and passes through that portal. If a great many people die at once, the gate must open wide to let them through.
For example, if Cocoon should fall.
Exactly.
Plan C is basically Plan Orphan.
The power of chaos would gush through the gate like floodwater through a broken
Yeah, it's
dam.
not a lot of imagination there, is there?
What would happen to the world then?
Well, combined with Plan A and Plan B, which he does pull off all three.
Or death. Or time.
I mean, he succeeds where all the false C
Valhalla.
failed.
That's what Caius is after. If he can bring
Like the
down Cocoon,
powerful
millions of people
orphan
will
and
die.
Barthandelus and they couldn't pull it off, but Caius, one angry purple dude, he could do it.
Trying to create a world where time does not exist. If he can erase time.
Yule would be saved, and not just Yule. All the Siriuses down through the ages. They'd be released from their curse. He wants to sacrifice Cocoon to rebuild the world in Valhalla's image, all for the sake of Yule.
That's why you were fighting Caius in Valhalla. You're protecting Etro.
We have to face Caius on two fronts, in Valhalla and in the world of humans. If we don't, we won't be able to change the future. I can't do it on my own. I need your help.
Lightning then told us what would happen to Cocoon. In 500 AF, the old Cocoon would collapse and fall into pulse, the crystal pillar no longer strong enough to support it. By that time, Hope and the Academy would have completed the new Cocoon, but when they attempted to launch it, Caius would intervene. He would smash it into the old Cocoon and bring them both down. So we have to travel to 500 AF and stop Caius from destroying Cocoon.
If we can change this prophecy, then the true timeline will finally be restored.
Yes. Everything will depend on you. I have to go to Valhalla and stop Caius there.
Good luck with that, honey.
We can do it.
Good luck with that.
Right. Your good luck charm will show the way.
Hey, Lightning. We'll be able to be together again, right? When all this is over.
One thing at a time, Sarah.
Yeah.
The truth is, I didn't want to let her go. I'd come so far to find her, I was afraid to lose her again.
Don't worry, you get to spend the next 500 years chilling together.
She had
It'll
her
be
own
fine.
battles ahead of her. So I swallowed the words I wanted to say and hid my fear. It was the hardest thing I ever did.
Artifact. So, there's many things to comment, but the thing that amuses me, not the cockroaches, of course. The thing that amuses me is this is basically a scenario made only for Lightning appearing in this conversation. But still,
come on, Mom.
We get this. Do you know what it is? Do you remember?
Nope.
No?
Yeah.
You do remember, Cel?
Yeah.
Hope.
What's this? A message?
I feel
Greetings,
like this
Sarah and the
hope.
future. Can you hear me? I'm sending you the access codes for the supply spheres. The final battle with your ultimate nemesis draws near. I hope the contents are of some use to you.
Good old Hope. He's still helping us fight.
I guess the future is in our hands now.
So, we basically have this is a scenario which is basically for Lightning, but there's someone else who manages to sneak in.
Always. He will not be left behind.
I don't want to see it, please.
And when they left, he assumed they were going on to the final battle. So he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna send some stuff along. Gonna leave some stuff for them to find wherever they end up in the future." But why the fuck do they leave it in New Bodom and not like Academia or something? Like, how's he to know where to leave that thing? Like, was his light sensor tingling or something?
It's possible.
Probably. I think it's interesting how they set this up. I mean,
Artifact of the Ark is interesting too.
Oh yeah, I complain a lot about the game and the broken mechanics and everything, but the subversion of how they set this up, that yeah, Lightning is going to fight Caius in Valhalla, and we will fight Caius in the real world, and that is how we will defeat it. It's so straightforward, and it's really laid out, like in the end of a video game, like, okay, this is how the final battle is going to go. Of course you assume that Lightning is going to defeat him in Valhalla. Of course you assume that you're going to defeat him in... Like, it's all there. It's so clear. Like, obviously, we are going to nail this, because that's how the game frames it. And that's why, even though we should have seen it coming, we should have understood that no, this was not going to end well. But it still comes as a surprise the first time you play this game, when things go so amazingly terrible.
In a matter of what, 3 minutes?
Yes, you think, because that's also like you have this setup. You think Lightning is going to defeat Caius there, and we believe that we defeated Caius there. Like, we did everything we were supposed to do. We did everything according to our knowledge, and it still wasn't enough. Caius still came out on top. It's like, I can only compare it to Endgame, Avengers Endgame, with Thanos. Because all the heroes, they cooperate, they do everything together, and like, Thor gets his hammer right in Thanos' chest, and everything should be fine. And then it's not. Thanos wins. That's how this game is. It's one of the few positive things I can say about the game. Like, it subverts that trope so brutally.
Yeah, Square Enix have become quite fond of the 3-arc structure, and you know, this is the Dark Forest game sort of thing, where everyone's in their worst place at the end of it. They've become incredibly fond of that structure, and they use it. Well, it's a lot of description that's what they're going to do with regards to the 7 remake trilogy as well, where they're going to have where everyone suspects they're going to end this next game in a very dark place, and we all know what the dark place is likely going to be. But I was just going to say, it's almost like they've been dangling hope in front of us this entire game. But hey.
What's really interesting for me is that basically it was Sel and I discussing earlier how in XIII-2 we were discussing the roles of the main 4. In that Lightning is basically the face of the game, sort of. I mean, she's in the logo and stuff.
Yeah.
At first,
the Lightning Saga.
Because it sounds cooler for some reason than the Hope Saga. Honestly, I guess. But Lightning.
Also, do you want to scream about the couch?
It's more M3F.
We have discussed the couch.
You do want to scream about the couch.
I think but I scream about the couch in 13 when we got to the narthex. So
right.
That scene basically was with the one with you. We only see 3 characters sitting on that damn couch, One is lightning in one of the official arts. The second is Yule in this sort of recaps that lightning has for some reason. And the third is Hope in another official art. The thing is that Hope is sitting on the armrest of the couch, which I actually shared. I have a poster of that official art, and I share it earlier in Discord. I call it my M3F poster. But yeah, we were basically discussing how this game. I mean, Sarah and Noel are the protagonists. We got Sarah and Noel have their own arcs, which for Sarah is finding lightning. For Noel is his whole story, and then they have the combined arc of saving the future. Blah blah blah. Lightning, and then in the spanners in the works, basically lightning on her side on Valhalla, but we don't really get to see much of lightning. She's present to that degree, but we don't get to see lightning much or hear about her. If you realize she's been having lines about in the episodes and stuff, but it's not until this cutscene that we get to meet lightning. But on the other hand, compared to the other characters, like we look back at Hope at Hope at the Academia and the Academy, and well, it's like Cobb said in his own playthrough. That's one whole story happening in the linear timeline, which is the Academy and Hope. I mean, he spent total his own 500 years split into two, sleeping like lightning. Anyway, like they're not so different, I guess. And the main goal of this game at the very end is the place is Academia, and the goal is to protect Hope's cocoon. Well, new cocoon, yeah. So yeah, in terms of main character, I'm not sure what to say.
For reals though, he's the one who has the longest journey, he's the one with the strongest motives, and he's the one who wins. Just weird.
He wins? He wins?
I mean, things don't go
wins this
exactly as...
battle, he doesn't win the war.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though the thing was, he was interested in stopping time, he wins. But Hope manages to scratch the salvation of mankind from him.
Yeah.
So it's not a total win from Caius, even though Caius didn't really want all of mankind to die. So in a sense,
I would say that Caius accomplishes his goal. His goal wasn't to erase humanity; it was to flood open the gates, and he did. The fact that Hope manages to sneak into Caius' victory and make it a little less devastating is good for you, Hope.
I mean, the thing is that in that sense, their goals, their end goal, I mean, for Caius, the extinction of humanity would have been a collateral damage.
Yeah, it wasn't his goal, but let's be real, he wouldn't have minded it either. Post Valhalla Caius, even I have a hard time condoning his actions.
Yeah, the fate of humanity is more of a for Caius. It's like, okay, yeah. Either they die or they survive, whatever, and it's like Hope saves him, it's like, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's
always, Hope has always been that peculiar creature in the corner of Caius's eye, doing weird shit.
He's like, wait, didn't I see you 400 years ago? Oh, whatever.
What are you up to now? Is it interfering with my plans? Not necessarily.
Nope.
Alright.
Still building a planet? Yeah, okay, keep up. Keep at it.
I may have use for your planet, but okay, Noel killed me. That's fine. I don't need your planet anymore.
So
you'd have to be versatile. It's good to have plan A, B, and C.
It's
Especially
it's almost as amusing, you know, the thing about Hope and Caius. It's almost as amusing as two old veteran rivals that kind of have this respect between them. Respect in a sense. I mean, they never get to talk.
Yeah, I
to each
would
other.
have loved a throwaway line or something from Caius, showing some sort of respect towards Hope. Like some nod at that dude who's doing really weird shit, crazy stuff. But he's not breaking the timeline like you guys are. So.
He basically. I mean, since he's not committing any crime against the timeline, he gets Caius technically impossible, impossible to act against him because he's not breaking the timeline.
He's forced to do like live and let live because.
So yeah, I mean.
But those two, like I said earlier, in this in and out stream for me, like those two, I would have loved some kind of like nod at they are both living linear. They are both. There are similarities between them. There are, and they are, but at the same time they work on so different wavelengths, but also parallel. I mean, I think they are cool. I would like to see more with both of them.
Yeah. It's kind of. I mean, even in the City Opera, I would want to have that.
I mean,
yeah, the closest we get is like Caius sees him in Academia, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Probably sees him a lot if there are certain mules that are interested in Hope.
No, I mean in Cecilia.
Oh.
They haven't really interacted, but like I think he kind of points the gang in Hope's direction because he was in Academia.
I mean,
did they fight?
Yeah, basically, the apparition of Academia is like they don't really know if it could be Caius but also they mentioned this place is really connected to Hope, so we don't know who of the two of them may have summoned Academia into existence. It's implied it's Caius, but I mean, there's the possibility of Hope.
And they're at the end when they've both had a like. I mean, Hope will always hate Caius for what he did to Lightning. That ship sailed. There's not going to be a friendly interaction between them ever. But, like, being forced to live way longer than you would have wished, and then being tortured basically by a god/goddess, they do have common ground there that they could.
They could. I mean, with them, it could be. I kind of see this sort of. You're my rival, bar any former enemy, whatever, and there's this thing that I can't forgive you for, but I kind of respect you.
Yeah, that would have been
nice. Kind of unseen parallels. They're kind of parallels of each other, really, but they don't ever interact.
Exactly.
They're like on parallel tracks.
Two lines that never crosses.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Which it makes me wonder again. We go back to M3F and why Caius didn't. Maybe there's so many reasons why Caius didn't never touch or interfere directly with Hope. I think the only thing he actually did and sort of against Hope was gifting Alyssa the artifact, but only because Alyssa was up for straight up asked him.
Yeah, and it served. It was like it was for a different purpose. Hope just happened to be there.
Yeah, it's kind of, but otherwise, I mean, Hope never clashes with Caius, and in Lightning Returns, he's just, I mean, like we said, he's unamused that Caius is still around, but he needed him anyways, yeah, so there's that.
It's kind of like reversal. There's a bit of reversal in this game, like Hope's doing his thing and Caius is like, I could use that. And then in the other game, like Caius is doing his thing and Hope's like, I could use that.
We'll never know if, like, how certain was Hope that Caius would step up? Was he so certain because they had lived through such similar things that he understood Caius? Because it was one hell of a gamble otherwise. They needed someone to take care of the dead, and Caius stepped up.
He really didn't need to take a gamble because he was likely listening to the conversation.
He also kind of didn't give him much of a choice. Because he was taking lightning with him no matter what. So I mean, all that was going to happen was there was going to be a bunch of souls hanging around, and Caius and Yul's just going to be there twiddling their thumbs. So he kind of didn't leave Caius much of a choice.
No, but I mean, in Lightning Returns, Caius overly mentions in the conversation with Lightning that he was going to become the shepherd of the souls of the souls that would be lost in the chaos. But this, assuming that of course the dead are going to stay behind, blah blah blah. So the moment Caius makes this declaration, I think it clicked for Hope. Like, I know that Caius is going to step up.
Yeah.
So it was not really gambling. It was like a rational, logical conclusion. So
yeah, probably.
It was one done in the fly because it was like I need. He was still trying to arrange things on the board, and there was still this part of finding Etro's replacement, and Caius probably felt like a heaven-sent gift for him.
Like, oh God, thank yes.
So yeah. Anyways, we're going to get out of here. The artifact of the Ark. Which I don't really know what the hell represents. It certainly doesn't represent the Ark.
This is it, huh?
We've been given a second chance by the goddess herself.
No!
We're going to save the cocoon that Hope built.
Yep. And save the future, too.
Like, all the way through, we are really guided into believing that this is, despite better knowing, we do believe that we're going to get through this.
You wanted to save Yule by destroying the world. That if you could take away our future, Yule wouldn't have to see any more prophecies and she wouldn't have to die.
That's not quite it.
You really are a fool. You will never want the world destroyed.
No, please.
No.
Despair. In the end, when
not
she died,
that Yule.
She was smiling.
This
She
Yule.
She saw a future of hope,
Caius
of
Ballad,
course.
I am going to fight you and
Show
you
you
the truth.
No.
I'm going to show you the future that Yule really wanted.
And
that your Yule really wanted. Your Yule, not all the Yules.
No, I mean, it serves him right what happened after Academia 500F. Like,
I mean, We see that in the next game where all the Yules are like contradictory and fighting each other. We know that it's like we can't just trust Noel's judgment on what the one Yule wanted.
No.
I mean, it feels like it's right because Noel is a protagonist of this. But
Yeah.
if you analyze this, Noel is
So
the one. He's the one who has no idea. He's the one who's
Unreliable narrator.
He doesn't even remember how his Yule died.
Mm.
He said that himself.
Yeah. So, I mean, and
So when it comes to that, it's just fuck you, Noel. Fuck you, Noel. You're willing to condemn hundreds of Yules with a different wish just because of one. You're not that much better than Caius. Okay, you are. You're not trying to destroy the world. That's kind of a big thing. It is. Admittedly.
He's just a short-sighted puppy.
he's 18.
Yes.
So what do you expect?
Listen to your elders. He's 1700 years old. Okay, post Valhalla, he's also a lunatic, but
Noel's not thinking with his brain.
no,
he
he's
just
not.
wants his girlfriend.
I'm
Bless
not going
him.
to make any comments on that.
You don't need to. I was very, very much implicating.
Yep.
But yeah. So we said Thursday for the next episode, which is going to be the final 13-2 episode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good with Thursday.
Thursday, okay.
Damn, what a monster of a stream this was.
I done worse.
Yeah.
I mean, Cobb basically jumped through 13-2 in 3 streams, so...
Yeah, but he wasn't trapped with 1 M3F and 2 Cess with Caius.
But anyways, it's certainly late. I basically dragged you both of us into a 4.5 hour stream. Next stream is going to be shorter, I hope, unless I fail too much in the fucking Tetris.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't speak too soon. You've got platforming to do.
Oh god.
At least we haven't got any clocks. We haven't got any clocks, so I'm fine with that.
Managed to do them all off screen.
No, I haven't got clocks yet. I avoid them. I basically grinded on the Archilda step and that was it. And I hope I'm powerful enough to not be crushed by Caius.
It's
I'm
gonna
sure you'll be
be
fine.
messy anyway. Bahamut Caius is never fun. Like,
Yeah.
doesn't matter how... no.
No, it's made for you to sweat blood and tears.
Yeah, like, a boss that turns into 3 dragons is just not cool.
I mean, it's cool on concept, but when you have to fight it, it's like, fuck you, Caius, and your damn siblings.
It's a good soundtrack
That has
though,
never been fair.
even if it's in F minor.
But anyways, so we will be seeing each other hearing each other on Thursday. So, yeah.
Yep.
It's cool. I was telling off stream at the beginning of this with Sal. I was telling her, I'm so eager to get to line returns. Always happens.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's your game. If this game was mine, that's yours.
Line returns. No, I think line returns is going to be the game of all because it's going. I was watching.
But it's Hope's game. It's Hope's game, and if it's Hope's game, it's your game.
But I was watching Cobb's stream of Flame Returns yesterday night. I was telling Selenity. So I was watching the final episode in which all of Keikaku basically happened because we had to keep Cobb blind through the playthrough.
Oh yeah. Oh god, yeah.
And
Yeah.
and I noticed in my voice I was I needed to burst after.
You did sound a little constipated every now and then. then you knew you were about to burst.
And at least this time we're going to be pointing out all the Keikaku things on the stream, which is going to be crazy enough. Pointing out side quests, pointing out hints, because I'm going to go hunt for Hope's voice lines, of course.
And we have the Sin.
We have the Sin. That's going to be an effort on all three of us, I guess. I've gotten my material ready for this. I gotten my recordings in case something happens. So, and now we have the entirety. Thanks to one of our server members. We have the entirety of Lightning's Diary.
Yeah, that was wonderful.
Yes.
So there's that.
It's gonna be, it's gonna be good to be able to actually talk about the parallels with the side quests and things like that as we go through the game, instead of just screaming in the chat.
Yeah, it's easier. It's basically making. It's like following a track instead of blurring everything to poor Cobb.
Yeah, and now we've also set the foundations from the first game, and we've managed to establish M3F, and we have, I think we've built up to Lightning Returns pretty good, like with the underlying hope. Keep an eye on hope. Always keep an eye on hope.
Yes. Yeah, it's like Cobb was enjoying Hope, of course, but most of the players that played Lightning Returns never paid much attention to Hope. That's the only explanation I find to all of the misconceptions of even with the Sin. The fact that you can still track Hope's story in the English version should be enough. Apparently not. The only explanation I find is skip miss dialogues, and that's not going to happen if I can avoid it, of course, unless some fucking
You're
monster.
going to run around in the desert in circles until you can get him to say the lines.
Yes, and I don't have Cobb's luck, so fucking Cobb, he got it in 5 minutes? And I had to spend I was hunting that fucking line for but yeah, we're doing that. So and it's going to be excellent. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's the conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we have reached the end of Caius's chronological saga. After this he went into Valhalla, saw all the timelines, started engineering his own journey to make sure he got to 700 AF in this exact manner. And now we're getting him in 500. So 1700 years old, more or less, and I hope I have been some help
of course
giving this game a chronological timeline.
It was serendipity that you joined back right when I was about to get to Caius in 7 AF. Sorry, 700 AF. You got summoned by Caius.
I stumbled in with Starbucks wait, Caius.
Caius' supernatural senses.
It was I felt like it was my mission, and my mission has been accomplished.
Your focus has been fulfilled.
I hope I have explained Caius's motivations and why he is the way he is.
You have
and why he
completed
does
your
the way he
focus.
does.
You're going to.
I have completed my. I'm Crystal now. Bye.
Okay. So that's the end of the stream. We left it with a pretty long one. So apologies for that. Not so much. So we'll be seeing each other on Thursday. So see ya.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.